Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the July 22nd County Board meeting. I am Board Chair Libby Garvey, and my colleagues are here. Vice Chair Takis Karantonis, who's going to be seated in just a moment. Members Matt DeFranti, Susan Cunningham, and Maureen Coffey. So thank you all for joining us here in the boardroom. And I think there are some remotely joining on Microsoft Teams. I want to let everybody know masks are optional, so I see some people wearing absolutely, welcome to wear masks. If you would like one, they are available from the clerk here, Mr. Kushner, to my right on the dais, and also in the atrium from our staff if you'd like a mask. I'll go into just a couple of things about public comment. For the in-person speakers, this podium goes up and down. There is an arrow button on the right as you come up, and you'll see it, or somebody will help you if you can't find it. And if you want, you can raise the microphone up or down. You don't have to lean way over or stand on tiptoes. And do please speak into the microphone so we can all hear you. If you're submitting documents as part of your testimony, please give them to the clerk, again, Mr. Kushner, over here to my right. And please add your name and contact information on all the documents. For remote speakers, please keep your microphones muted and your cameras off until you're called on to speak. And then, as I think probably most people know, if you're on a phone, you got to hit *6 to talk. And if you're using your computer screen, you just need to hit the microphone button on the toolbar. There is a Spanish language interpreter available for the public comment portion of the meeting, I believe. Is our public? Yes, if our Spanish interpreter would please introduce themselves in English and Spanish.
Johanna Marquina.
James Coughlin.
Thank you. I think that might count. Names count as English and Spanish. That will work. Thank you both for being with us. And just so y'all know, because the meeting may go long, we may sometimes get up and stretch our legs, and so you may not see us, but actually we can see you in the back, and we have microphones and things, so we can hear you in the back as well. And then I just want a reminder for folks about the purpose of our public comment meeting at the beginning of the meetings, and this is to let folks alert the board to issues that are not on the agenda and that have not been the subject of a recent hearing. It's basically to alert us about issues that we might not know about and should, and to ensure that we can cover what everybody who wants to speak on the different topics. We do have a one speaker per topic rule. So if someone has spoken saying what you wanted to say, that speaker will be the person to speak. But everyone is welcome to signal approval like this if you'd like to someone speaking. Let's see, I think that's about it. We appreciate everybody coming today and adhering to our rules and being polite with one another so we can have a good start to the meeting. If you would like a more dynamic conversation, like a real conversation where we go back and forth, we have Open Door Monday on Mondays that you can sign up for. You can also, of course, send us emails. You can set up meetings. There are a lot of ways to get in touch with us. And again, Mr. Kushner or Mr. Barrera, who I think is out in the lobby, can tell you how to do that if you would like to do that. And I think that is it, and we are ready for our first speaker. Mr. Kushner, could you call the first?
Yes, of course. Our first speaker is Bill Browning, followed by Carrie Devora.
Yeah, I think the microphone's not on, and you might want to hit that. The microphone's now on, and you might want to hit the button to raise it up just a little higher, unless you really like leaning way over. On the right, yeah.
Oh, how about that? Thank you.
Yeah, look at that. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here tonight to talk to you about deer overpopulation. Excessive deer browse is hollowing out our forests. They are preventing tree regeneration and threatening our long-term environmental benefits that we get from our natural areas. I urge you to trust your staff on the very real problem of deer overpopulation, and I recommend that you support the staff's deer management proposal. Your county staff has done an incredible job of pursuing the best option available for Arlington to manage deer, the threat that deer place on our fragile ecosystem. The staff have followed the science, and they have learned from the expertise gained in neighboring jurisdictions. As an Arlington Regional Master Naturalist member working on habitat restoration in Arlington, and as a 2018 recipient of the Bill Thomas Park Volunteer Award, I have seen the damage done by deer browse in our natural areas. I've also led Armin's efforts over the last few years to educate the public about deer. We have spoken to more than 1,300 people in a variety of venues, civic association meetings, board book clubs, garden groups, when we speak about culling as one possible solution, many people wince. Yet they generally love our forests, and when they learn about the damage deer do and how other native wildlife suffer as a result, they understand the importance of addressing the problem directly. I believe the public will support the plan designed by your staff. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Browning. And I will say for our next speaker, we do respond to what we've heard, but we wait till the end and do it all at once. Okay, Mr. Kushner, next speaker.
Totally good. We're getting passed along. Thank you. Our next speaker is Carrie Devora, followed by Asim Rawoot.
I said here before that Arlington County police officers are not investigating financial crimes. Private nonprofit FINRA takes away from cops. Arlington victims lose Arlington victim rights. The people in front of me that time said they get your attention for 2 gunshot shootings. The NAACP man behind me said the community he advocates before suffer payday and other financial crimes issues all PD do not investigate. Yet anti-America, anti-Israel, pro-Gaza protests that went up and down Crystal Drive was escorted by multiple police vehicles, multiple officers on bikes and otherwise. FOIAs show they had no permit, but they made the news and they got cops. Arlington financial crimes first stop is RLPD. Financial crimes happen in silence to Arlington elderly, migrants, anyone, just not in the news. The Commonwealth of Virginia law criminalizes taking financial crimes and financial crime victims away from cops and courts. I made that law. Christian had said Arlington County didn't cut its budget on financial crime officers, yet your officers tell me there's 6 financial crime officers who were reduced to 2. FINRA and SEC are enforcement, not law enforcement. Hiding financial crime victims from Arlington cops is a crime. I made the state law protecting Arlington victim crime rights. Call me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Devora.
Our next speaker is Asim Rawoot, followed by Audrey Clement. Sorry.
I had a graphic as well.
Yep, give me just a moment.
Hello, everyone. We, the members of Arlington for Palestine and fellow neighbors, are here to demand that you pass a ceasefire resolution. The board has refused to pass a resolution for months, despite claiming to stand for the principles of equity and justice and not for the interests of weapons manufacturers like Boeing. 1 year after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Libby Garvey stated that this is a battle of people of goodwill around the world against people with ill will, and this invasion, it just cannot stand. We cannot run a world like this, or we will be destroying ourselves, end quote. In contrast, the board refuses to condemn the genocide of Palestinians and makes clear some lives matter more than others. Does the board deem the genocide of Palestinians acceptable?
Yes.
The board claims that the genocide is not a local issue. That's certainly not true for the Arlington residents who have lost family members in the ongoing annihilation of Palestinians. What are we to make of the weapons manufacturers headquartered in Arlington that arm the genocide, such as Raytheon and Boeing? How much revenue does the county take in from the genocide, specifically from the property taxes it collects from these companies that traffic in the blood of children? So is the genocide in Palestine a local issue?
Yes.
The board claims that passing a ceasefire resolution would promote anti-Semitism. In June 2022, the board adopted the IHRA's definition of anti-Semitism, which specifically conflates anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. The board effectively declared a political ideology as inseparable from Judaism, which actively promotes anti-Semitism in our community while dismissing the material conditions of Palestinians living in Arlington. Is calling for a ceasefire resolution anti-Semitic?
No!
The board has told us to call our congressional representatives for a ceasefire resolution, knowing very well that we have called them and been to their offices. This is a deflection from Arlington's specific material complicity in the ongoing genocide. Step up and join cities across the country, from Chicago to Seattle to San Francisco to Tacoma Park, even Virginia's own Harrisonburg. Pass the ceasefire resolution. And let's not forget, we must protect Arlington's migrant communities by removing Section 7 of the trust policy and accept a wider range of ID documents. So what do we want?
Ceasefire!
When do we want it?
Now!
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rawoot.
All right. Pardon me, just a moment. Our next speaker is Audrey Clement, followed by Beatrice.
The county manager, I'm Audrey Clement, the independent candidate for county concerned about abuse of process in both the scheduling and scope of the agenda for the July 22nd County Board meeting. First, the date of the meeting, originally advertised for Saturday, July 20th, was postponed to Monday, July 22nd at 5:30 p.m., a date and time that is inconvenient for most working people. Second, the agenda consists of no less than 53 items along with 1,800 pages of documentation that is virtually impossible to assimilate on short notice. Among the regular hearing items are expansion of Virginia Hospital Center, continued permitting of ART bus parking adjacent to a residential neighborhood, wholesale revisions to the Barcroft Apartments redevelopment plan, and CoStar's acquisition of Central Place in Roslyn. There are no less than 48 items on the consent agenda, 24 of which are off limits to public comment, including a $40 million wet utility infrastructure contract, as well as an additional $10 million to Jared Lynch on top of the original $150 million purchase loan it received from county to acquire Barcroft Apartments. Also excluded from public comment is approval of the $270 million in revenue bonds for renovation of the Barcroft and the $4 million purchase of the Serrano property on the Pike to construct Fire Station number 7. The dollar amount of items off limits to public comment, over $300 million, is staggering, and some of the items that can be pulled, like the gifting of the Reeves Farmhouse through Habitat for Humanity, should be heard as regular hearing items. It appears for both the scheduling and the scope of the agenda for the July 2nd board meeting.
Just a minute. Could somebody mute their microphone, please? Everybody mute except
Got him.
Ms.
Thank
Ms. Clement. Ms. Clement, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you. It appears from both the scheduling and the scope of the agenda for the July 22nd board meeting that County Board does not really want to hear from the public at large. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clement.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Beatriz, followed by, we did have one additional speaker registered earlier this morning with a technical issue, Kristen, finishing us out.
Okay.
Buenas tardes a todos. No hay compromiso cuando se trata de la seguridad de nuestra comunidad. Exigimos el fin de toda colaboración voluntaria con ICE aquí en Arlington, una agencia violenta que infringe daño incalculable a nuestra comunidad. Que se sepa que el condado de Arlington no tiene ninguna obligación de mantener asociaciones con ICE voluntariamente. A continuación, con esta alianza, ustedes son cómplices de las atrocidades perpetradas por ICE contra nuestra comunidad, incluso el encarcelamiento, la vigilancia y la deportación violenta de ICE. Exigimos una revisión sustancial a la póliza del condado, una que realmente priorice a la seguridad de todos los residentes de Arlington, protegiéndoles contra el abuso de ICE. Esta revisión debe incluir eliminar la sección 7 de la póliza de la confianza, poner fin de inmediato a toda colaboración voluntaria con ICE y agregar una disposición que acepte una variedad de documentos de identificación. Estas acciones son imperativas para salvaguardar la comunidad migrante en Arlington, especialmente ahora, con la posibilidad de que Trump. Es fundamental que garanticemos una protección total para todos los residentes del condado de Arlington. Hasta el momento, no hemos recibido el borrador de la revisión de la póliza de la confianza, ni una comunicación real sobre la línea de tiempo de actualización. Enfatizamos la importancia de dar tiempo a la retroalimentación, asegurando que las voces de los más afectados estén al frente, al centro del proceso y en la toma de decisiones. Cualquier revisión no debe perpetrar la criminalización y atacar a más de nuestra comunidad. Es urgente que ustedes adopten la postura con más firmeza y actúen a poner fin a toda colaboración voluntaria con ICE. También estamos apoyando para que el condado adopte una resolución para el cese al fuego.
Gracias. Ahora en inglés.
Please, as we continue, this will be in English. There is no compromise, which is this public comment, when it comes to the safety of our community. We demand an end to all voluntary collaboration with ICE here in Arlington, a violent agency that relentlessly inflicts harm upon our community. Let it be known, Arlington County is under no obligation to maintain this voluntary partnership with ICE. By continuing this alliance, you are complicit in the atrocities perpetrated by ICE against our community, including violent ICE incarceration, surveillance, and deportation. We demand a substantive revision of the trust policy, one that genuinely prioritizes the safety of all Arlington residents by protecting them against the abuse of ICE. This revision must include the removal of Section 7 from the trust policy, putting an immediate end to all voluntary collaboration with ICE, and adding a provision accepting a range of identification documents. These actions are imperative to safeguard the immigrant community of Arlington, especially now with the possibility of another Trump administration looming. It is critical that we ensure full protection for all Arlington County residents. As of yet, we have not received the draft revision of the trust policy or real communication on the timeline or update. We emphasize the importance of allowing time for feedback, ensuring that the voices of those most impacted are front and center in the decision-making process. Any revision must not perpetuate discrimination, criminalization, or further target our community. It is urgent for you to take the strongest stand and take action to end all voluntary collaboration with ICE. Arlington County must lead by example in protecting its residents from unjust federal policies.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker.
And our final speaker is Christina.
Buenas noches a todos. Hoy estamos acá para abordar acá
The clerk, please. Thank you.
el problema urgente desplazando de la comunidad inmigrante en el condado de Arlington. Estamos preocupados la influencia de Amazon y viviendas localizadas. Presentamos un informe titulado El derecho de permanecer residentes de Arlington, confrontando desafíos de desplazamientos. Ha sido desarrollado con el apoyo de... Necesitamos que ustedes tomen medidas sobre nuestras demandas de inmediato para detener más desplazamientos y garantizar las siguientes de las viviendas para todos los residentes. Esta nuestra comunidad. Queremos permanecer en nuestra comunidad, pero si las cosas siguen como están, pronto nos debemos obligados a salir. Gracias por su atención. Yo tengo 30 años viviendo en el condado de Arlington, pero a veces tengo inseguridad, miedo a ser desplazada por el motivo de Amazon, que ha venido son compañías millonarias. La Junta puede tomar acciones haciendo su trabajo. Es velar por la comunidad y no por empresas privadas millonarias.
Gracias. Por favor, conclude.
Gracias.
Sí, gracias. En inglés.
Public comment. Today we are here to address the urgent issue of displacement of migrant communities in Arlington County, exacerbated by Amazon's influence in local housing. We are delivering a report titled The Right to Remain, Arlington County Residents Confronting and Challenging Displacement, which has been developed with the support of researchers at Marymount University. We are all part of this report, and we need you to take action on our demands immediately to stop further displacement and ensure housing security for all residents. This is our community. We want to remain in our communities But if things keep going the way they are, we will be forced out soon. Thank you for your attention to this pressing matter. We look forward to a constructive dialogue and meaningful steps toward equitable housing solutions for all in Arlington County.
Gracias. Thank you. All right, thank you very much.
There are no further
Is that our
speakers.
final speaker? Thank you. All right, thank you all for coming. First, we had Bill Browning coming to talk about deer management, and appreciate him coming. I know he and his commission has been working on this for years. I don't know, Mr. Manager, if I don't have in my head the schedule for handling deer management. I know it's coming up to us, but not immediately, if you're not aware at this point. It's on. I know it's online. I think we can.
It is online, and we've been taking public comments, and I don't know exactly. I'll let you know by the time of you finish your comments.
Okay, if you're able to do that, that would be great. Thank you so very much. All right, and then we had Ms. DeVore coming and talking about financial crimes and financial identity theft, I think. And actually, I was going to turn to you again to ask, what should people do if they've been a victim of financial crime? There's a lot of that going on. We try to warn people, particularly our elderly population.
Right, so in addition to, well, it's a point of contention, but reporting it to the police, we also have in our office, we have our ombuds who work with the Attorney General's office. That's another place you can go. And I think, is there anything else you wanted to add on that, Caitlin? You have to speak.
No, the manager's right, but I'm always here. I'm always happy to talk to anyone and explore all the options. So feel free to call or stop by.
Because sometimes I think it gets into the federal area. I believe it can be pretty complex.
Right.
So
And there was a reference to FINRA, and there's a lot of federal agencies that do investigate in that area, but also the Attorney General. And in various cases, depending on what happens, there can be other agencies. It's an alphabet soup, but I can provide you more information on that.
Thank you. Actually, I assume we maybe have that on our website. Maybe that's a good thing to talk about from time to time with our community, because financial and identity theft just is rampant these days, and it's really hard to combat. So, and there's a limited amount of what we can do. And Ms. Thomas is here and available. We're available to maybe counsel and tell you what you might do. Often we can't do much, but we are willing to certainly talk with people and try to help them get the help that they need if there's some other areas there where they can go. That brings us to Mr. Rawoot was talking about the ceasefire resolution and wanting us to pass a ceasefire resolution. This obviously is a topic of deep concern to everyone. Many people in our community are touched by what is going on in Gaza. We're all horrified by it. And I will say what I've said before. It's not in our area. We don't do foreign policy. All of us, I think, have talked to our federal legislators who do, with our own personal views. And were there something that we could do that would actually make things better, we would do it. But I think anything right now, the disagreement is so deep, the pain and trauma is so deep by everybody, nothing that we could say would make it better and likely make it worse. So I do encourage you to go to your federal government. You probably have. There are many demonstrations going on, and you noted a number of companies. Feel free to demonstrate there. I have demonstrated against corporations at times in my career as well. So we encourage you to take your message there. Colleagues, interrupt me if there's somebody who would like to comment. And then that gets us to Ms. Clement. Ms. Clement, thank you for coming. I thought to sort of start at the beginning explaining why we're doing this on Monday. The Council of Governments holds their annual retreat held at this Saturday, and Mr. Karantonis and I were members of that retreat and meant to go. It's an important time where we're talking with leaders all around the region about the future of the region, and Arlington needs to be at the table. We didn't realize that when the meeting schedule was set, so what we did was we moved it today to 5:30. We put it at 5:30 in an effort to make it easy for people to attend who are working. So we have done what we can. Sometimes life gets in the way, and sometimes you have to adapt, which is what we have done. And again, I offer, if people want to talk to us, as I mentioned before, there is Open Door Monday, there are emails, there are meetings, there are commissions, there are many, many ways to get information, either from the county or actually to give us your views in many different ways. And with that, I will go on to...
Madam Chair?
Yes, certainly. Mr. DiFranti.
I just note by the attendance here tonight, I think we do have good turnout and response, or sort of trying to engage with Ms. Clement. And then I would also say that on the items that would require board support for a full discussion, that's something that feel free to approach any one of us. That's not a guarantee that we would do that, but in addition to the general concern, perhaps engaging on specific items, I certainly would be open to that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I actually should say that we had changed, we usually, when we do Saturday, we take all of our public comment speakers, and then that's it. And we were fully prepared if there was somebody who'd signed up and actually couldn't make it on time because of work, we're going to take that speaker at the end of the meeting. So we were going to allow them to speak, but I believe we've covered everybody that wanted to speak today. And that brings us to Ms. Beatriz, who came to talk about our trust policy. And for this, I will turn it over to my colleague, Takis Karantonis, who has been doing a lot of work on this policy. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming to testify today again. And I recognize that, we are in politically very sensitive times. The issue of immigration continues to be...
And you know what, Mr. Karantonis, could we have the translator maybe
Is that
translate?
better now?
Unless you want to do it in Spanish, too.
Oh, I can do it in Spanish as
I
well.
bet you can.
Okay.
Although we'll keep it quick, but I think it would be good to do it in both.
Muchísimas gracias por venir a proveer testimonio hoy, aquí por repetida vez, lo entiendo, y reconocemos que estamos en una situación políticamente muy sensible, porque en este momento estamos delante de una elección general en noviembre y el asunto del sistema migratorio de este país es todavía en el aire. Y quedará en el aire, cosa que estoy consciente que produce muchísima preocupación con muchísima gente, especialmente con gente que están indocumentada en Arlington. Quiero recordar que sí que tenemos una política de confianza pública. Ningún arlingtoniano, ningún residente en Arlington debería tener miedo en vivir aquí. A pesar del marco federal que está roto, como hemos dicho. Estamos trabajando a mejorar esta póliza en dos áreas. Primero, queremos mejorar, simplificar los tipos de documentación oficial o no oficial aceptable. Y sobre todo, cosa que es vigente hoy, los oficiales que interactúan con gente indocumentada no pueden pedir documentación por razones de comprobar el estatus migratorio de una persona. Pero lo vamos a hacer lo más claro posible, que todo tipo de documentación será aceptable. Y en la sección 7 que ustedes han mencionado, vamos a reducir significativamente las circunstancias bajo las cuales el contacto con las autoridades federales se puede iniciar. Queremos reducirlo a lo legalmente imprescindible. Estamos trabajando en esto y estoy esperando que en este otoño estaremos en un buen fin. Estaremos en contacto sobre esto. Lamentablemente, nuestros recursos legales, la gente que puede trabajar en esto, no están siempre disponibles a todo tiempo. Hemos tenido bastante trabajo hasta llegar hasta julio. Está en proceso y estaremos. Y pienso que llegaremos en el otoño. Gracias.
Gracias. Is there anything you should summarize that in 3 sentences on inglés?
I thanked for the testimony. I said that we have already a trust policy that is already in place, and that I recognize, or we all recognize, that we are in a very sensitive moment right now with the political situation in front of a general election in November, and the fact that our migration system in our country is still broken, and it's still a very tough topic in this election, and that this produces a lot of anxiety with a lot of people, especially those who are not, our fellow neighbors and residents who are undocumented. And I said that we are working on two areas of tweaking our existing trust policy. One is the acceptable documentation, and the other is, narrowing the circumstances under which contact with federal authorities would be possible.
Thank you so much. Ms. Coffey.
I'll be short, and I apologize that I'm not going to say it in Spanish. I think with the pending national political environment, I'm feeling a particular sense of urgency that we get this done. As we all probably remember, the first executive order in 2017 was an immigration executive order, and I think that is really important for our community to feel protected by us and by what we can control. I think if our criminal justice system is sufficient to keep us safe in the way we handle those with documentation status, I don't see any reason why it would be different for how we handle public safety with respect to people who do not have documentation status. And so I think it's really urgent to me that we move this forward.
Thank you very much. You could say that. Can you say it's urgent to move forward? All right. I hope you understood. I think folks understood we're wanting to move forward with this. I also will caution folks, hopefully things will go well in November. We lived through a Republican administration not too long ago, and there is limits to what local government can do, so we will be doing everything we can. And that brings us to Christina, who came to talk about how difficult housing is and brought a lot of materials. Thank you very much. We can't look at them right now, but we will look at them later and understand the concern about displacement. And in fact, later today, you'll be hearing, this evening, excuse me, we'll be talking about the Barcroft apartments, and that is an effort where we're working very hard with Amazon is assisting us and working with Jared Lynch to try and renovate and work through that. Those apartments create more places for people to live and without any displacement of people who are currently living there. So that is a strong value of the board. Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, I'll add, as our liaison to the Tenant Landlord Commission and as the only renter that is up here, this is something I'm extremely conscious of. We are going to be working in the second half of this year to kind of put together some things that we can do, as well as I'm very interested in putting together a legislative agenda of things that we would like to see change. Among other things, I see in your policy recommendations like first right of refusal, but I also think we need a longer mandatory amount of time. If someone wants to sell a property, for you to be notified. Currently, it's only 30 days. I think that is wildly insufficient. And so this is front of mind. Very helpful to have something put together, and I look forward to hopefully working with you all to improve this, because renters have been really left behind in terms of what our actual rights are in not just Arlington, but Virginia.
Thank you. Mr. DiFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Coffey, for your leadership on tenant landlord. I will agree wholeheartedly that Virginia's laws with respect to this are wholly inadequate and inconsistent with Arlington's ideals. We need to change them. The possibilities for change next year may not be perfect. We have work to do. I will say, in the past budget, I think our housing grants program is mentioned I love the recommendations. Might not be aligned on every word and every piece. We added 2 eviction prevention staff. We added $1 million to try and help with units at 30% and below, which I know is of significant concern. We have expanded funding for the housing grants program, and we are committed at Barcroft to units that are affordable for 30% and below. I want to look through both the stories and the policy recommendations in this document. It's very helpful. We may not end up in the same place on all of them, but this is very helpful. And preventing evictions now when food is so expensive, we did better in the heart of the pandemic than we did over the past year, and that's partly because federal and state funding have dried up. So we need to redouble our efforts in this area. Thanks for bringing it forward.
Thank you. All right, I think Mr. Karantonis, you have more?
Yes, just
Yeah.
briefly, thank you for bringing that up. It is absolutely clear, and I agree with Ms. Coffey and Mr. DeFerranti on this, we are in the worst rental market in quite a while right now. Not only the increase, but the sheer level of rent is absolutely draining private households, especially the moderate and lower income households. This produces displacement not only of the immigrant community, but everybody who is low income. So this is really a very, very big problem. And I might say to you who came to testify today, this is an issue that needs to be voiced also with our representatives in the General Assembly. Laws have to change. As you know, issues of rent stabilizations, even rent control have come up. They are in discussion not only in Virginia, but also in our neighboring, metropolitan area jurisdictions. This is a very serious fight for the viability of our housing system here. Again, and this is very important, at the end, what makes rents, brings them to be so high is the fact that we have underproduced housing for decades. We are hundreds of thousands of units behind, and this produces this absolute crisis right now. So at the same time that you are advocating for tenant rights, please don't forget the production side, which is, helping us to produce as much housing to catch up as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think both the state and the federal government are AWOL in this area, particularly the federal government, which is putting in something like 70% less than it did about 40 years ago into housing. It's absolutely crucial, and there is a limit to what we can do at the local level, but this is where the pain is felt, and this is where we're trying to do what we can with what we have. But please, if you can advocate on both the federal and state level, that would be helpful as well. I think that brings us to the end of our consent agenda. Thank you all for coming. You're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, which I'm sure will be very exciting, but you're also welcome to go at this point. Thank you all for coming. Appreciate you coming out tonight. And that moves us now to our consent agenda. Mr. Kushner, have any items been pulled from our consent agenda?
Yes, they have, and I'll display them on screen.
Okay.
Item number 19, related to the Pentagon City Sector Plan, GLUP, map, and booklet amendments and zoning ordinance amendments has been pulled. Item number 20, the Pentagon Center Phase Development Site Plan Amendment has been pulled. And item number 44, a request to advertise zoning ordinance amendments related to recovery residences has also been pulled.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, I would like to move adoption of the consent agenda minus items 19, 20, and 44. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Consent agenda passes 5-0. Thank you very much. And we will, on the three items that were pulled, we will be holding a public hearing tomorrow at the start of our evening segment of our recess board meeting on Tuesday. And the public hearing will begin no earlier than 6:30 p.m. Tomorrow. If you want to speak on any of the items that have been pulled, you can register the county board's website starting today. And if you've not got access, you can call our office 703-228-3130. Again, 703-228-3130 to register to speak. And just because things are on our consent agenda, it doesn't mean that they're not important. It just means that they're relatively non-controversial. And so I would like to go over a number of the issues that we did pass, because there's some really very interesting things here that we did with our consent agenda. Items 10 to 14 were childcare permits, and we renewed several of these and even improved a new one for the Armed Services YMCA Child Development Center. That will serve up to 268 children at 2640 Shirlington Road, located in the Green Valley neighborhood. That child care center will employ up to 75 staff members to care for children between 6 weeks and 5 years old within 23 classrooms, a much needed service here. I also want to highlight, which is really important, a new requirement for our child care permits, and that is that they need to register to our Arlington Alert system. For those of you who don't know, Arlington Alert is a free program that sends alert to residents on your phones, it arrives here, about severe traffic disruptions, hazardous weather, emergencies, and much more, including the boil water alert that we had earlier. And if you yourself haven't signed up, so it's not just for childcare centers, it's for everybody. I'm on it. I try to get everybody I know to sign up for it. It's one of the ways to stay safe in an emergency. Good information is absolutely crucial, particularly in this day and age when all kinds of things are flying around. So bad information. So I really encourage people, if you've not signed up, please do sign up. All right, enough for that PSA. Now back to the childcare permits. We are also so we're now requiring that the childcare centers do this. And that is a condition of renewal because it will, and for, renewal and when they start out, it's to keep providers informed of major events and road and transit conditions, which will help them in their decision-making when trying to decide how to care for the children they serve. And there was one item on this one particular childcare center, item 7, the Goddard School, and I don't know, Ms. Cunningham, if you wanted to talk a little bit about that, because we had a number of people reach out to us about it.
Yes, I'd be happy to. I think the number 7 is also a childcare center related. This is a use permit renewal for the Goddard School. This has not been built yet, and so due to the pandemic and subsequent higher costs for construction, the applicant has been reconfiguring. So I just want to acknowledge that we had some great feedback from the Yorktown Civic Association Executive Committee, and like that committee, the county board looks forward to the swift opening of the childcare centers on Langston Boulevard, which would serve up to 268 children. We understand the community's concerns about the delays. The original use permits were approved just before COVID in 2019, and childcare remains a top priority for board and staff. So as with all childcare use permits, we will do all we can to help the applicant begin operations as quickly as they are able.
Thank you. Glad to know that so many of our residents are concerned about this because it's really important to our community. Item 21 was on early voting locations. I think voting is now on everybody's mind. We authorized increasing the number of voter satellite offices for absentee voting in person, which we call early voting, and we added a third location. Currently, the voter satellite offices, which we have approved already, are at Madison Community Center and Walter Reed Community Center. So one in the north, one sort of in the center, and now we have approved Longbridge Aquatic Center as the third voter satellite office. So hoping to cover the community and make it as easy as possible to vote. Item 22, actually was A through C, is the Reeves Farmhouse, and I'll take just a moment to talk about this because it's a big deal. The Reeves Farmhouse, what we've done is taken several actions to convey this historic farmhouse to Habitat for Humanity of Washington, D.C. and Northern Virginia, and it is the conclusion of a decades-long, and I do not exaggerate, process to find a purchaser for this historic site. The Reeves Farmhouse was built about 1900. I believe it was the last operating dairy farm in Arlington County, and that was up until the 1950s. It was a 160-acre dairy farm. It's located in the Boulevard Manor neighborhood, right near Bluemont Park. So after it was sold and subdivided, that happened, but that didn't all go. And in 2001, the county acquired the remaining of all those acres, 2.45 acres, so about 2.5 acres that the house sat on and still sits on. The county then, and I think there's a great sledding hill there, by the way, that the community really likes. The county then initiated a process to preserve the residential building and wanted to help create public park space. In 2015, all right, so we started out, with the farmhouse in 1900, and then we got to selling it in 2001. 2015, the county board approved 2 use permits allowing for the subdivision of the property, one lot being used as an expansion of the public park, and the other containing the Reeves Farmhouse for residential unit uses, which then we tried to sell. We tried to find a purchaser, and while there were many potential options on how to proceed, they were all fairly difficult, and we are now thrilled that the property will be repurposed to serve a public need. So we are now conveying this historic property over to Habitat of Humanity, both to preserve and rehabilitate the Reevesland Farmhouse and to convert its residential portion into shared living home for individuals with developmental disabilities. Once the renovations and the addition are completed, L'Arche of Greater Washington, D.C., a nonprofit residential service provider for adults with intellectual disabilities, will act as the long-term owner and operator of the group home. And we've just allocated $2.5 million in the Federal Community Development Block Grant funds to support this farmhouse's rehabilitation and adaptive reuse. This is federal money that we helped allocate to Reeves land. So to recap, the county's working with a wonderful nonprofit partner to preserve a historic property in a public park, creating public space using millions in federal funding to ensure this home is used to further the autonomy and sense of belonging for individuals in our developmental disability community. And I think this is maybe a national first. We are really pleased to have this be a sort of a really example of what you can do. Hopefully with that example, it might not take other areas 2 decades to do it. On behalf of the board, I also want to thank the staff for their hard work, dedication, and public service on this project, and also the passionate members of our community. I mean, this was a really big community effort who helped generate the support, and it's been a long process, but our patience has been rewarded. And finally, we do want to thank the Reeves family for their patience and support this final outcome. It's a great example I have here in my notes, but it's kind of good, of magic that can happen when a county and a community can come together for a really good cause. So I'm just delighted with it. And as I've said, this is actually one of the major issues I dealt with when I first got on the board in 2012. And now I'm about to leave, and finally it's getting solved. So the timing is just great. I wish it could have happened faster, but I'm really pleased the way it went. Yes.
And maybe I can just suggest, just for your consideration there, I think there's some folks who worked a lot on it. If you want to stand,
I appreciate
that might
you
be
suggesting
appropriate.
that, because yes, everybody who's worked on this, stand up. And that includes board members. Come on, come on, come on. Thank you all, and there are even some who aren't here because they came and went and came and went. It's gone on for so long, so thank you. Thank you, Mr. DeFranti, for suggesting that. Item 26 is the Neighborhood Complete Streets. This was on North Oakland Street project. We approved funding for this capital project in the Ashton Heights neighborhood. Project will make improvements to North Oakland Street by constructing 3 blocks of missing sidewalk with curb and gutter between Pershing Drive and 6th Road North. Just to a reminder to folks, the Neighborhood Complete Streets program was established in 2016, so it's just about 10 years old, to address safety and access problems on local non-arterial streets. And it's a great example of community-county collaboration. Neighborhood Complete Streets Commission, that recommends these projects, works with our staff and ultimately advises the county board. And it is made up completely of resident volunteers. So if you want to get involved, check it out, and I'm sure they'll be happy for more volunteers. Just give our office a call or look at the advisory group website. Then that gets us to items 28, 30, and 30 to 37, which are a group of grants. We accepted several grants. Again, one of the fun things we get to do is accept money. It's kind of a nice, easy thing for the board to do. And those grants support our county program and services, and they are really very important. I'll highlight just a few. These are from the Virginia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services. And there are other ones, but these 3 I'll just highlight. $857.782. So almost $900,000 to enhance services for older adults with serious mental illnesses and dementia through our regional older adults facilities mental health support team program. They call it RAFT for short, and that's a growing need, and we're really pleased to have that support. Also, $1.76 million for our permanent supportive housing program, and that provides rental assistance and case management services to residents with disabilities who are low income or homeless and in need of stable permanent housing with ongoing wrap-up services. And then also $200,000 for a new enterprise data exchange program, and this will help send data from our Community Services Board programs directly to the Virginia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services. So we're really pleased to have that support and to be able to accept that money. And then for item 33, I'm going to turn to Susan Cunningham, who's been speaking with people in our community about this particular item.
Great. Just very briefly, item 33 is accepting grants to support transportation projects. And I just want to draw attention to the sentiment that was expressed by our Transportation Commission and several others about the Glebe Road project in particular. That is a VDOT road, and this particular project is, I would say, underwhelming in some of its pedestrian improvements. So their note is thoughtfully worded that we grudgingly accept the money because it's better than it could be, but I just want to flag that we recognize that all over our county, and particularly there on Glebe in the Boston area, we have continued improvements to re-educate drivers and to help all of us coexist.
Thank you. So still work to do, but at least it gets us partway there. Thank you. Item number 42, we have acquired 4030 16th Street South, and that is a property purchase to help enlarge Douglas Park. This particular house shares the boundary with Douglas Park, and it's a 13,346 square foot parcel, which will be used to expand the park by opening the entrance from South Randolph Street. Acquisition of this property is in line with a priority action in our public spaces master plan. We don't just buy things haphazardly. We do look at them and have a plan for what we think would help improve particular areas, and particularly this park. We also, of course, have as a goal adding at least 30 acres of new public space over the next 10 years to help address the challenge of meeting our public space needs for our growing community. And then finally, item 45, Barcroft Apartments AHIF loan, and we're going to be talking about Barcroft Apartments later this evening as well. We approved loan documents for $10.7 million Affordable Housing Investment Fund loan to help facilitate the renovation of 93 units at Barcroft Apartments. And we also approved the phasing reserve fund agreement between the borrower, Amazon, and the county. As I said before, Amazon is a real partner with us here at Barcroft. And this loan was originally, to go ahead with it, was approved by the board back in December 2023, and it's part of the Alpha 1 renovation phase financing package. Lots of complex finance packaging to help us provide housing that we still can't provide enough, but it really does help, and this item helped a lot. So with that, I think that's the end of our consent items and my review of the particular ones we wanted to highlight, and I think we're ready to move on to our regular agenda. Mr. Kushner, would you please call the first item?
Of course, our first item is site plan amendment number 465 to revise conditions related to an increase in the gross floor area, reduction in the amount of parking, and alterations to the timing of contribution payments for the Joyce Motors project located at 1020 North Irving Street.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With me this evening, making her first presentation to the County Board, is Gabriella Green, backed up by Aaron Schreiber and Rob Gibson, so I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Green.
Ms. Green, welcome.
Thank you. Just going to need to thank you. And pull up the presentation. All right. Let's see. Good evening, everyone. Again, I'm Gabriella Green, and I'm with Arlington County's current planning division. I'll be presenting on Joyce Motors' minor site plan amendment item. Right. So the site is located at 1020 North Irving Street in Joyce Motors development, which was approved by the site plan 465 in 2023. The site is zoned C3, General Commercial District, and the general land use plan designation is a medium-density mixed use. The 2023 approved building was consistent with the Clarendon sector plan. In 2023, the County Board approved the Joyce Motors site plan, SP 465. The approval included the allowance of the construction of a building up to 5.87 FAR, 241 residential units with 9 committed affordable housing units, 3,639 square feet of retail, and a total of 176 total parking spaces with a residential parking ratio of 0.64 spaces per unit, making 155 parking spaces. Additional density was earned through contribution for affordable housing and off-site transportation and public space improvements. So this slide summarizes the changes that were proposed with this minor amendment. The applicant is requesting changes to the site plan, site and building, as well as revisions to the condition language in order to explore cost savings due to the current market conditions, construction costs, and current interest rates. This includes the increase of approved GFA and FAR, the reduction of residential units, parking spaces, and GFA exclusions, reduction of the parking ratio, the alteration of contribution payments, and the increase of their affordable housing contribution, which will be $86,337 in addition. The proposed residential parking ratio is 0.51 spaces per unit, which is supported by the residential parking guidelines that supports a parking ratio as low as 0.2 spaces per unit. The site is also located near the Clarendon Metro Station with an abundance of multimodal transportation elements serving the neighborhood. The site plan condition do include sufficient transportation mitigation strategies, including a transportation management plan, on-site bicycle accommodations, frontage improvement, and a $400K contribution to support off-site transportation improvements in Clarendon. Picture to the right is a map of the residential permit parking restrictions for residential neighborhoods located near the Joyce Motors site. The subject site is outlined in red, and the residential streets surrounding the subject sites have restrictions, strict restrictions prohibiting the future residents of the subject building from receiving any RPP parking passes and parking in the surrounding neighborhoods without violations on weekdays between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. The subject site is located within the Clarendon Courthouse Civic Association and is adjacent to Loyne Park Citizens Association, Loyne Village Citizens Association, Ashton Heights Civic Association, and Boston, Virginia Square Civic Association. The Loyne Park Citizens Association and Ashton Village Civic Association have replied with objections to reduction in parking, as they believe that this component this request will have detrimental impact on their neighborhood. Staff has responded to parking opposition, with that the parking ratio is in keeping with the county's residential parking guidelines, and that the site will be well served by the multimodal transportation-rich Clarendon neighborhood. So in conclusion, the subject site plan amendment is consistent with the intent of the Joyce Motors site plan approved in 2023, as the changes that are requested are related to cost-saving measures as the applicant is pursuing final design and preparation for construction. The proposal is also consistent with the Clarendon sector plan, and the proposed parking ratio of 0.51 spaces per unit is consistent with the off-street parking residential guidelines. Finally, the proposal is not anticipated to have any undue adverse impacts on the community. Therefore, staff recommends that the County Board approves this minor site plan amendment with condition revisions as proposed in the staff report. Thank you, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Green. All right, now we'll turn to the applicant. My notes here see that I'm supposed to ask if the applicant has a presentation, but seeing the Orr family and associates, I'm suspecting that you probably do, so go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Kathy Taylor with the law firm of Walsh Colucci. Together with Nick Cummings, we are the land use attorneys for the applicant. So with me tonight, as you have seen, we have Tyler Orr with the applicant developer, and then Kevin Cosby, the applicant's architect. So between all of us, hopefully we can answer any questions that you all may have about this application. So as you heard, the application before you is a minor site plan amendment to the Joyce Motors site plan project. It was approved, as you heard, back in February 18th of 2023, and it permitted the construction of an 11-story mixed-use residential and retail building that also integrates the preservation of certain historic elements of the existing Joyce Motors building. At this time, the applicant is moving forward with the final design of the project, and as the developer prepares for construction, there were certain building design modifications that were identified to address current market conditions and demand. As such, the applicant does request this minor site plan amendment, which includes reconfiguring the unit layout and adjusting the unit mix, which you'll hear more about, as well as that results in a slight increase to the approved GFA, as well as a modest increase to the approved FAR, which again, you will hear more details about shortly. In addition, the applicant does propose to revise the garage layout and reduce the parking supply from 176 to 139 spaces. So as Ms. Green mentioned, while the applicant can appreciate that there has been some recent public concern related to the parking reduction, in consideration of the project's proximity to public transit, the commitment to a robust transportation management plan, the existing permit restrictions that you saw on that map, as well as the significant commercial parking resources, the applicant does believe this reduction is reasonable, warranted, and is in harmony with the county's residential parking guidelines. At this point, I will turn it over to the developer, Tyler Orr, who will briefly walk you through the details of this proposal. Thank you.
Mr. Orr.
You can go to the next slide. Good evening. I'll walk you through some of the changes in our minor site plan amendment. You can see here, go to the next slide, please.
We'll see soon, I'm sure.
I hope so.
There we go.
There we go. You can see here on the left is our original third floor garage compared to, on the right, the new proposed third floor garage. We went from 176 parking spaces to 139 parking spaces, reducing our ratio from 0.64 to 0.51. We did maintain the same amount of visitor parking at 12 and the retail parking 8. Building underground parking has become incredibly expensive, like everything else. And that paired with the dramatic rise in interest rates over the last few years motivated us to find ways to reduce the number of spaces, with spaces coming in around 80K per. Without these types of value engineering, the project would be challenging to finance and build. We also feel this is more than appropriate given the location of the project, just a few blocks from the Clarendon Metro. We also plan to include an EV fleet as an amenity for the property. Next slide, please. Next, you will see that we increased the GFA by 1,629 square feet. The area shown in red depicts the square footage that we had been added. As you can see, this was all added within the courtyard of the building, so it does not affect the facade. We also decided to remove some balconies in favor of increasing interior space in several units and add 2 feet of depth to the courtyard units. This increased our FAR from 5.87 to 5.92. The original design created some challenging units, and these changes help them flow better and create more livable spaces for our renters. Next slide. Here you can see the tabulations showing the GFA and FAR changes. Next slide. The next change is a reduction in the unit count. We went from 241 units to 231 units. This was done to improve the overall quality of the dwelling unit types, layouts, and unit mix. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see our reduced parking tabulation as shown previously, a reduction of 37 parking spaces, reducing our parking ratio to a 0.51. As stated, the number of visitor and retail parking spaces remains unchanged. In summary, we reduced the parking from 176 spaces to 139 spaces. We reduced the unit count by 10 from 241 to 231. And lastly, we increased the GFA by 1,629 square feet to improve the quality and layout of those units. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is that it? All right. Thank you so much. Mr. Kushner, I don't think we have any commissions for this item.
None that I'm aware of.
We do not. And do we have any public speakers?
We do have one public speaker. Give me just a moment.
Okay, we'll take the speaker.
All right, our first speaker is Chad Berwick.
Hey, good evening, members of the County Board. My name is Chad Berwick. I live at 1200 North Garfield Street in Clarendon. I'm here on behalf of the Clarendon Courthouse Civic Association to discuss our position on the proposed site plan amendment for the Joyce Motors project. Firstly, I want to affirm that we as a civic association still want to see this project go forward. The current use of land in this prime location near the metro is suboptimal, and we believe this development could greatly benefit the community by providing more housing in a desirable area. One of the things that I'll get to a little bit later is the process of this, but some of these things that I'm talking about were kind of just addressed by Joyce Motors applicant and staff, so sorry if some of our questions might seem like they were already answered.
That's okay. It's hard to anticipate.
There was disagreement among our members about the proposed reduction in parking. Some members expressed no concern due to the site's proximity to the Clarendon Metro stop and bus routes. However, others joined Lion Park's concerns about spillover and double parking. The use of traffic lanes as parking is, the use of traffic lanes as parking is a consistent problem in Clarendon Courthouse, and we would like to hear from staff about plans to address this growing issue. We did not understand the rationale behind the proposed reduction in the number of units. It sounds like that was kind of answered by basically market conditions and interest rates and just demand for particular unit types. We would ideally not want to see a reduction in units because we do want more housing in this neighborhood. So we were requesting further information on why they were choosing to reduce the number of units. There was some confusion among the Clarendon Courthouse Civic Association and other neighboring civic associations about whether this amendment will result in less affordable housing units or affordable housing fund contributions. It was my impression that everything was going to be the same, except it was an additional 80-some thousand in contribution. So just having that clarified, some people weren't sure. We seek assurance that the amount of affordable housing in this amendment plan will not be reduced, but in fact increased due to the additional FAR. Many people in Arlington, including members of our civic association, are frustrated that major changes are being processed as a minor site plan amendment. Some feel like this is a renegotiation of the site plan. Our SPRC representative for this project expressed frustration that the committee's effort seemed wasted if the developer can significantly amend the plan later with fewer opportunities for public input. If we had been able to go in front of planning commission or things like that, we might have already been able to have these questions and come to you guys with our full support. While we understand that economic conditions have changed, there has not been enough explanation for the changes nor sufficient time and opportunity from the posting of the minor site plan amendment for us to understand and fully support these changes. Therefore, we request that the county hold this matter until the next regular county board meeting. This would allow us to have our concerns addressed by staff and the developer and hopefully return with broader support for this site plan amendment from our civic association. Thank you for your time and consideration. We look forward to the responses to our concerns and to see this project go forward without a reduction in the quality of the approved project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berwick, and I think you will hear some discussion going on about the points you raised. Thank you so very much. And that's our only speaker.
No further speakers.
All right, thank you. Colleagues, the discussion is now with us. Time for discussion and questions. I thought we might just get started putting a motion on the table, if that's all right. Ms. Coffey, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I would. I move the board adopt the county manager's recommendation for item number 49 as reflected in the report dated July 22, 2024, namely to adopt the attached site plan amendment ordinance for the Joyce Motors project, site plan number 465, subject to all previously approved conditions and revised conditions number 2, number 31, number 41, number 56, and number 57.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Vice Chair Karen Tonis. Ms. Coffey, would you like to speak to your motion or start out with some questions?
Sure, I can.
Go ahead.
I'm delighted that this is, I think, the first project in my neighborhood that is coming before us. And I'm also really glad to see OR Partners moving forward with this. I know that with financing and the market conditions right now, there is not a lot of movement. And, you know, I think our neighborhood and the SPRCs, not just with this site, but with Bingham Center next door and the Wells Fargo coming, have done a lot of work. And we want to see the fruits of that labor come to be. And so I'm glad that we're able to find some relatively minor changes that are gonna get us all where we need to be to move that forward. I think, you know, hearing some of the concerns expressed from Clarendon Courthouse, there are definitely lived concerns when it comes to the double parking. I think that is a separate, larger issue than just any individual site plan. I mean, you know, this is not for the applicant, but for our site, like it's a 24-hour a day kind of thing. There's just constantly people stopping in travel lanes, but those are not people who are stopping in travel lanes because there is insufficient parking in their building. That's usually pickup, drop off, food delivery. And so I don't know that having any more in-building parking is gonna address that concern. And I think, you know, the AHIF contribution, I will allow staff to talk to perhaps. But overall, I think one thing I'm also hearing is yet again a confusion on what constitutes a minor site plan amendment versus major site plan amendment. This is not the only site plan for which we've had that discussion come up. And overall, I think, making sure we clarify to the community what it is that constitutes minor, because I think we do have some pretty clear-cut criteria, and as it's been explained to me, it's easy to absorb, but if you're just a regular person out there paying attention, it may not be as clear. And so I guess I would love for staff to confirm there is no lessening in both the committed affordable units and AHIF contribution. In fact, there is an increase in what we are getting in terms of affordability.
Yes, the only thing that we'll be adding is the 86 or so thousand. Everything else will remain the same. The contributions that they agreed to in the previous site plan amendment will stay the same, as well as the units, the 9 units that they had committed to.
Great, so we're still getting 9 units and we're getting an additional 80-something thousand in AHIF. I think that is a big net gain, so I will stop there and pass along.
Thank you. I'm actually going to take the chair's privilege and follow up a little bit, because, Ms. Coffey, it's great for you to talk about how we often have this confusion between SPRC, what's minor, what's major. So I'm going to invite staff to, if they're able to, very briefly summarize a little bit why Ms. Coffey has spoken with you and is confident that you were doing the right thing here. Are you able to do that? We've got Mr. Berwick here. I'll take it back, just help people understand. And
sure. So, excuse me, I'm Aaron Schreiber with the Planning Division. Would you like to understand the reason why this is a minor site plan amendment, or just in general? So we do have specific criteria in our zoning ordinance, and what the applicant has proposed does not trip any of those thresholds. They are very objective, that are based upon increases in density or site areas or other ways that density is calculated. So in this case, the minor increase in density didn't go over the threshold. Parking is not considered a major amendment category. So we assessed it, looked at it in terms of comparing it based on the original approval as well as compliance with adopted plans and policies. And for all the reasons as Ms. Green explained, we feel it still meets the intent of the approval and is consistent with our plans and policies. That's why we're recommending approval. But the things that are being requested with this amendment are not atypical for development projects as they go through the permitting process. And even there were other items on the consent agenda that were approved with a reduction in parking for similar reasons such as this. So we don't find them in any concerns here.
thank you. That's helpful to know that we've got sort of set standards and it's really kind of cut and dried. If somebody wanted to know and learn more and figure out what they are, is there a place that they could look on the CPHD website?
They sure can, or they can look in the zoning ordinance at section 15.5, and it is a very specific criteria that's set forth, that's explained there.
Okay, 15.5, 15.5.
Is there an easier place?
I know, I was wondering, like regular speak?
I believe it's also on our website, but if you give me a moment, I will take a look.
Okay, thank you so very much. I was going to follow up on something else with staff too, but I'm going to let other questions happen and see if they gets caught up. Go ahead. Mr. DeFranti.
Sure, I guess I'll start with the AHIF. The additional money, am I correct in understanding that it's the flexibility that we've shown here is the timing of the payment in exchange? That's the key thing that may be of concern in one of the two letters. Is that right?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, part of the concern was the whole, but yes, but that's part of the amendment is that we're splitting it into two for them, so that way they can make all of the contributions they need to.
Great, thank you. And then a couple of questions, and these could go to you or could go to the applicant. There's a sentence in the Lion Park letter that talks about the ratio for residential parking spots, and the rest of both letters seem to say that this is within, as the staff report mentions, this is within the parking ratios, but that sentence seems to say somehow it's not consistent with ASCO, with the zoning ordinance, and I wondered if you or anyone on the staff team or the applicant can kind of speak a little bit to that. Did I read that sentence correctly? Aren't we complying also with the retail component? Or if we're not, can you give me a little context? And I don't know whether that's you, Ms. Green, or others.
I could start it off, and we could also have Rob here to maybe clarify. From what I understand, within the zoning ordinance, we can go as low as 0.2. So we're still within everything that we need. They're still contributing as much as they're required to, but I think this is where I'll go ahead and.
For retail?
Yeah, for retail.
So retail is remaining consistent with the previous approval, even though there's a minor change in the density.
Great. Okay. And then last question for me is, Ashton Heights letter describes, you referred to interest rates, and the world has changed since the site plan, but can you speak a little to, we wouldn't want intent to be to come with a site plan and then fit it under the minor site plan conditions and reduce the parking as a result. And that's sort of what the Ashton Heights letter has more or less raised as a concern. All of that is consistent with our processes, and we followed our processes. But can you speak a little bit, was it interest rates? Is it, Ms. Coffey mentioned, our desire is to see housing supply happen. So that may be enough for me. I just wanted to see if you could speak a little bit to the concerns raised in the letter.
Yeah, and Nicholas Cummings here on behalf of the applicant, and I can hand it over to Tyler to speak in more detail about sort of their business approach to parking demand. But yes, certainly, the cost environment is drastically different. We went as far as going out and getting a new appraisal of the value of bonus density on this site, and it had gone down about 50% from last year, right? So that's just the drastic drop in property values, which then speaks to the vastly increasing costs to build. Interest rates are the primary impediment, but I don't want anyone to think that it's solely interest rates. Certainly we think that the garage and the parking supply at a 0.51 is right-sized for this project given proximity to transit. It's right in line with ratios that we were discussing during the pendency of the original case in SPRC. We had even explored the possibility of some sort of condition or something that would allow us to potentially eliminate the third floor of parking with an administrative change, sort of baking it into the original approval. But at the time, we were, feeling more like we would keep the supply where it was. It was just a judgment call then. I don't know if you want to add anything more on demand.
Yeah, I think just one other thing is that we plan to have an EV fleet as an amenity, so that was able to allow us, people that have a second car, can use that EV fleet instead.
Great, thank you. So all that background, the reduction in units is also a little helpful for me. And I'm just mindful that if you love the way things are, sometimes you see a site plan as a contract in perpetuity. And if you, but mindful of the neighborhood's concerns, I have walked down, I think the residential permit parking program does actually mitigate to some extent. Thank you, Madam Chair. That'll be my concluding remarks. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a doubt that this is a minor site plan amendment. I understand you are basically trying to reduce the cost by taking out the most expensive to produce parking spaces in the lower deck, 37 of them, and then benefits the viability of the entire project. So we do want to build that housing here. So with regards to the impacts on parking around, one question I have for staff. So one thing that helps me a lot to assess, how much of a parking problem is around a building now is our performance parking program. And we have some nice maps online right now. And I see around 10th and Irving that, there is an occupancy percentage of any time of public parking spaces, like somewhere between 40 and 50%. Does it say something about, how challenging parking is in an area objectively? I mean, anecdotally, Ms. Coffey mentioned that, people are really not very careful in how they park and,
I will say I've seen people double park with an open parking space 2 feet away from them. So.
Yes, but we are actually collecting data. We are in real time, we're observing that. So do we learn something of that? Are the parking ratios that we're talking about here, manageable?
We haven't and are not yet concluding that the on-street parking, which supports short-term high turnover parking has a correlation with the long-term parking supply inside of residential buildings. That said, the residential parking dynamics are shifting. 13% of Arlington residents, households don't own a vehicle at all. And the vast majority of the 7,000 multifamily units within a half mile of this site are parked at one space per unit or above. So this change will change the parking dynamics for residents very, very slowly overall.
Okay, that is for me. Thank you for the work that was invested in that. I find the idea of an EV fleet as an amenity as a very welcome innovation. We are very, curious to find out whether this works or not, and how well or not well it works. So thank you for that.
Yeah, that was actually, I wanted to just follow up on that. I forgot in my earlier time, but so EV fleet for residents, how many EVs are available? Like, what is the process for that? Or are you still working that out?
We're still working through it a little bit, but the idea is that you'd have 2 or 3 Teslas that you would be able to use through an app, and you can book it, and then it's just billed hourly.
Yeah, that sounds like a real great way to convince people to go car-free, because most folks that I know in my neighborhood really are looking, they keep their car for the once or twice a month they want to go to Target, the big Target, or there's a difference. But those kind of less common errands, and if we can find a way to get them on those infrequent trips and have reliability, and they don't have to retain their own car, I think that's huge. That's innovative, and I'm really thrilled to hear that.
No, I think car sharing is great. Anything else, Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, I just, some of the letters indicated some ideas around maybe preserving some of the more parking. I just wanted to invite the manager or staff to share whether a municipal lot has any indication in that area, whether we are underparked. And secondly, I think there was a recommendation about a multifamily parking census along the Orange Line. Again, whether as part of the performance parking pilot, which is hard to say, we have any of those numbers that'd be helpful to elevate a little bit how under or over parked we are on the Orange Line.
So the residential parking, or the pilot that we're running with the sensors in the streets, for this zone, we did check that before this came to you. That is one of the zones which we're not proposing an increase or a decrease in pricing, which suggests that the parking is at around 80%. And so in line with our targets, that can change over time. But at this point in time, we don't see any changes that suggest it's over or under parked particularly.
And that's for street parking, but do we have any sense of how many below ground spaces are in the multifamily buildings? Are most of the buildings overparked?
Yes, we would say that the work done with the multifamily, with the parking reduction guidelines would suggest that the trends are going down for parking. Now, parking is very much a build it and they will come item. And so people frequently will choose housing based on parking availability. There's a lot of housing choice. This is one type of product where people without cars may choose to live here because of the rich transit accessibility, the vibrant neighborhood, and possible on-site car sharing.
Great, thank you. And one other question for the applicant. In the change in unit mix, we've reduced the number of 3 bedrooms, which I know has been a request kind of across our community to have more family-friendly units over time. Can you share a little bit about the market conditions you're seeing that influenced that drop in the number of 3 bedrooms?
You do. I think that we've tried to reposition the bedroom mix to be as competitive as possible. I know from handling a number of these cases that the 3 bedrooms While there is some demand for them, rent for those units can often approach the cost of a mortgage at ownership property, and you start to get into a difficult question of, do I rent a 3-bedroom where rent could be upwards of $4,000 to $5,000 a month, or am I, looking at a different type of housing? So certainly the demand has not encouraged applicants to be packing their buildings full of those size units. One thing that was special here, and that we also did with our partners at Red Line, was commit 3-bedroom units in the affordable housing dedication, which is really a great thing to do too. So, did you want to add anything? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't know that we want to talk about it here because I don't think it really does apply, but that question of all the double parking that has come up a couple of times, I think that the question from Mr. Berwick was that, I think that was my gavel.
I'm getting it.
How can I control the meeting? From Mr. Berwick was, what are we doing? Do we have any plans about what to do about double parking? That's kind of a real quick yes or no question, and then we can maybe talk about that like over the summer, because it seems to be an issue.
I'll start with that. The short answer is yes, because when you approved the fiscal 25 budget, you did add staff to the police department that form a civilian role to enhance traffic enforcement. Another thing we're looking at is, and it's been done, I think in Fredericksburg, is the use, and we haven't finalized this, the potential use of cameras to take pictures of people who are double parking and the ability maybe to fine them. And that is not something that has been settled on. And I think I've said this to you many times. It is aggravating and frustrating, but it's also a function, I think, of our urban environment where sometimes they're just, and Rob Gibson may want to add more to this, sometimes we have buildings that have been there for 30 or 40 years that didn't anticipate the need for deliveries and those design needs. I don't know, Rob, if you wanted to add anything on that.
I mean, our work program is constantly evolving how to utilize curb space in the best possible ways. And I'm sure that you will be briefed with additional information as this issue evolves. So are our responses.
Okay, great, thank you. Just wanted to sort of touch on that and look at it. We could talk a lot more, but we have a big meeting going. I liked this project when it came to us before. I still like this project. Thank you. I'm hoping it's going to move forward. I know that the financial situation is a little dicier, but really appreciate everything that you're doing, and I'm really looking forward to having a groundbreaking on this project. I think we're ready to vote. All in favor of the motion before us, please say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0, I believe. We're good to go. Thank you so very much. Take care. All right. Mr. Kushner, you want to call the next item, please?
Of course. The next item is item number 50, related to the Virginia Hospital Center at 1635 and 1715 North George Mason Drive and 1800 North Edison Street. Part A is site plan amendment to site plan number 177 to permit building additions to the Virginia Hospital Center located at 1635, 1715 North George Mason Drive and 1800 North Edison. And Part B is a site plan amendment to review the status of condition number 66F related to behavioral health services, again located at 1800 North Edison Street.
Thank you. And for those who are here for other items, just want to let you know, we'll probably take a quick break for dinner after this item. So if you're here for some other things and you might like to get some dinner, this might be a good time. We won't take very long, but we'll take a little bit of a break before we take up the next item. So just want to let folks know that for planning your evenings. All right. Mr. Manager, I think we're over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Visiting us again is Courtney Badger, who will make the presentation, assisted by Aaron Schreiber and Rob Gibson. We also have Ollie Russell available virtually to talk to some of the human service issues. So over to you, Courtney.
Okay.
Thank you. I am pulling up my presentation now. And I'm going to apologize. This is my presentation from the last county board meeting, so I'm going to pull up the correct one. 1 second. Okay, it should be up now. So good evening. Again, I'm Courtney Badger with the Planning Division. Tonight I am presenting on behalf of staff for the Virginia Hospital Center items that are before you tonight, items 50A and B. You heard these items last month at the June County Board meeting and voted to defer the item to allow for the approved admin changes since 2018 to be posted on the county website. This information was posted by county staff at the website, linked at the QR code, or if you're following along on the PowerPoint online, you can click on the blue link. It was posted on the county website that we posted all of our virtual meeting information and information project. It was also sent to all the civic association leaders as well. Additionally, requested further community engagement from VHC, and I'll let them talk to what they've done since the last meeting. For a brief reminder of item A, VHC is requesting a minor site plan amendment to increase the size of the emergency department. This would facilitate the creation of a direct entrance to the Comprehensive Psychiatric Emergency Program, or CPEP. They're also requesting to increase the size of the cardiac cath lab, critical care unit, and central sterile processing center with associated mechanical equipment. 9 parking spaces would be impacted by this proposal. Item B is a review of the condition modification that the County Board approved in June 2023. The purpose of this review is to serve as a status update on the progress that VHC has made in implementing outpatient behavioral health programs. As a reminder, last year, the condition was modified to require 2 intensive outpatient programs, 1 adult and 1 adolescent, instead of 1 program, and modified the milestones for implementing those programs. VHC has complied with the milestones outlined in the condition. The adult behavioral health program is operational now. The adolescent program is not yet operational, but is required to be prior to the issuance of the 6th floor certificate of occupancy. We recommend approval of the site plan amendment and the review. The proposed site plan amendment is consistent with the intent of site plan number 177. The proposed parking is within the allowable range of the 177 conditions. There are no anticipated undue adverse impacts on the community that cannot be mitigated by the proposed conditions. And VHC Health is in compliance with condition number 66F. Therefore, we recommend that you approve the site plan amendment with the proposed conditions and renew the site plan amendment related to condition 66F with no further scheduled county board review. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And do our applicants, a lot of people are here again, so I suspect we do have a presentation.
We do have a presentation. Nicholas Cummings with Walsh Colucci here on behalf of the applicant, VHC Health. We were last before you on this minor amendment application for a modest expansion of critically needed services at VHC, including emergency room capacity, last month in June. During that meeting, there were some clarifying questions, but no actual concerns expressed regarding the expansion plans, and I believe that is still the case. The focus of the meeting was on various documents that the community wanted time to review and the relationship between VHC Health and the community, focused on some ongoing issues arising from the construction, mostly of the outpatient pavilion. Our team has worked very hard to continue to strengthen this relationship and has worked to develop an engagement agreement that would lead to a memorandum of understanding guiding future meetings. We've also engaged a third-party facilitator that may be part of our future meetings to help us reach consensus on various issues. I believe these meetings, while difficult at times, have been productive and moved the ball forward. I have 2 senior VHC team members with me here today to speak in more detail, both about the planned expansion briefly and our efforts with our neighbors. Those include Mr. Chris Lane, here to my right, VHC CEO, who will speak to the expansion, and Mr. Rich Krumanacher, down further to my right, who will speak to the engagement agreement and the recent community meetings. So with that, Mr. Lane. Yeah.
Okay. There you go. Nick, thanks very much. Also, thank you to the board for affording us the opportunity to provide you further insight into this much-needed expansion. While we have not heard anyone raise issue with the specifics of our minor amendment request, I would like to reiterate the need and community benefit. This project addresses critical patient care needs that, due to the complexity, require a phased approach to ensure patient safety and continued full operations of services throughout the duration of the project. The project includes the expansion of 3 vital areas of the hospital: critical care, cardiac care, and emergency care. On the critical care expansion, with the increasing age of the population, we are seeing older patients with multiple comorbidities and complex acute illnesses, and this trend will continue in the years to come. From a cardiac care perspective, Currently, there are only 2 open heart programs operating in Northern Virginia, VHC Health and Inova Fairfax. The need for these services continues to rise. The ability to expand the hospital's cardiac services will be critical in enabling VHC to continue to meet the cardiac healthcare needs of the communities we serve. Emergency care. Not only is this needed to meet the growing emergency visit volumes we have seen over the last decade, it also enables the hospital to implement a strategic initiative in our effort to provide more mental health services to our community. Specifically, the Comprehensive Psychiatric Emergency Program, or CPEP. The CPEP is a secure unit where patients will be cared for in a safe and appropriate setting. This means there will likely be no need for a police presence, allowing the police to return to regular duties in the community and reducing the reliance on law enforcement in a behavioral health emergency. VHC continues to be committed to working with our community to address concerns. And in the spirit of that commitment, I will turn it to Rich Krumenacker, our Vice President of Facilities and Construction, who will brief you on what has been done since we were here back in June.
Thank you. Mr. Krumenacker. Yes, I think the red light's on. You're good.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Chris. And I will echo Chris saying thank you to the county board for giving us an opportunity to come back here and explain the initiative associated with the corner addition and also the steps we've taken since we were here back in June. The initiatives that VHC has taken in engagement with the community, and that community includes the John M. Langston Brown Civic Association, the Waycroft Woodlawn Civic Association, Tara Leeway Civic Association, Tarratown Homeowners Association, and Tara Manor Homeowners Association. We engaged them in 3 separate meetings since the board meeting with the intent of developing an engagement letter between VHC Health and the community. The meetings occurred on June 25th. That was a meeting with the Civic Association and the HOA presidents. We also had a second meeting on July 8th, which is our regularly scheduled community meeting that's required by the site plan. And we had a third meeting on July 17th with the Civic Association and HOA presidents. A proposed final version of an agreement was sent to the Civic Association and Homeowner Association presidents on July 18th, 2024. The engagement letter included language for a third-party facilitator to help guide a process to mutually agree upon an MOU for the following items: the engagement process building on the existing quarterly meeting, measurable resolves to ongoing community issues related to the site plan, and then incentives and consequences for noncompliance with the terms of the MOU. We assume that the Civic Association and the Homeowners Association leaders are now engaging with their respective associations on the proposed engagement letter and will provide feedback to VHC Health. I would like to touch on one item that was a very important item in regards to an ongoing issue with associated with the existing site plan. And that would be the noise reduction efforts that we're taking associated with the chillers on top of the new outpatient pavilion. On July 17th, 2024, we had a site visit. We've engaged a national engineering company, Vanderwaal Engineers, which are well respected in the industry, and had a site to visit with their leading mechanical engineer to survey the site and to assess the existing conditions. And we had a follow-up meeting on the 15th of July that included Vanderwaal, also ESI, which is a building automation control engineer, Havtech, which is the actual chiller manufacturer, and an acoustical engineer. They determined from the site visit there were some items associated with the chillers that we needed to make some minor repairs to, which would take about 2 to 3 weeks. Upon completion of that repair, we're going to reprogram the controls on the chillers, there's 3 chillers up there, to resequence to avoid certain frequencies associated with those chillers that emit noise. And then at that point, when we're confirmed that we have the control sequencing set up, we're going to perform 2 separate 24-hour sound tests. They're going to be in several different locations at the building, in Tarratown, and also Tara Manor Homeowners Association, and some other select areas on North George Mason. So we can set a baseline of what we are at today, and then from that, we can develop a strategic and a noise reduction plan from our engineering consultant to be able to execute that and therefore address the noise reduction associated with those chillers. Upon that, that concludes my shared notes here.
Thank you. You've done a lot since the last time. Appreciate that. Okay, I think we're ready. I don't believe we have any commissioners,
None to my knowledge.
but I'm suspecting we have some public speakers.
We do indeed. Give me just a moment.
Okay, I'll take the speakers.
All right, our first public speaker is Mr. John Musso, followed by Mario Woldarski.
Thank you, members of the County Board. My name is John Musso, Government Affairs Manager at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. I just want to briefly express the Chamber's support for the minor site plan amendment before you this evening. As reiterated in our letter to the members, VHG Health have been a strong and critical institution in Arlington for 9 decades and have been continually providing essential medical and health services for hundreds of thousands of Arlingtonians over the course of its tenure. And we believe that this minor site plan amendment is a logical expansion of much needed health and medical services for VHG to set them up best for the future. So we ask you to please adopt this amendment before you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Apologies. Our next speaker is Mr. Mario Woldarski, followed by Jim O'Shea.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I am a resident of Arlington County since I set foot on this country 50 years ago. I have lived with my family at our present address for 18 years, and that has included 4 generations on both sides of the family. And I'm uphold at the hospital and the way they are planning their work, the way that we've been treated, the way that we are being treated, the lack of clarity about their answers. They are going behind our backs and doing something different. And I have spoken to at least 3 of you at length. And I'm asking you to hold everything until all of these so-called completed work, which are called uncompleted work, gets finished. Among those things are, I still have damage that it was admitted at the time, it was not fixed. There is trash on public property in there. There's a couple of rocks, a couple of pounds heavy. This thing about expanding, you can expand all you want, all you need. No one in here has said one word about us around it. There is about 100 homes. There is 30 on George Mason. I'm true of that. I'm fully aware of that. We have never been considered for most of the staff. I was not considered when this opened up, when it began. I was never sent a letter. We're going to do this right at your front door. We're going to ruin your life. We're going to ruin your family. I was bringing up 3 kids at the time. We're going to ruin the value of your home. We don't care about the noise around. We don't care about the actual ambulances right now that are running at what? 54, 51, 47? Where is Adrian? And these are their numbers. And this is something else that really upsets me. They renegade on their own numbers. We were putting up with about 35 ambulances before the pandemic. We are close to 70 now. And we get ambulances from Manassas, from Prince William, from Falls Church. Alexandria is a heavy user. Vienna, Burke, Bailey's Crossroads. If you have a heart attack, would you be picking Arlington if you live in one of those places?
Thank you, Mr. Woldarski.
I'm sorry, I only have 3 minutes.
But we also remember our discussions, so we'll talk about that because you have talked to a number of us. Thank you very much. We will discuss some of this. Thank you. Our next speaker?
Yes, our next speaker is Jim O'Shea. If you give me just a moment. Followed by Michael Bruce.
Hi, I'm sorry I didn't attend in person, but I did want to say a few words. I know that Michael Bruce is there and Wilma as well, Jones from GMLCA. I will say, I want to shout out to Adrian Stanton for meeting with the community. I think they were very useful discussions, and I do think that he did what he could to move towards reaching out to the community. I think it's important because of what we went through. Most people following this may just think that there's a bunch of people complaining about the hospital, and they think we don't realize how important the hospital is. The hospital is very important. Some of us are even dealing with it in very serious ways. So we take this very seriously, but also realize, people, that this is right across the street from us, and it affects us. It affects us when people are double parking, when people are speeding past us, people, when cranes are put in front of our houses during construction. It's been a difficult time, and we've got a lot of support from the board, especially Takas, and listening to our issues and working with us. I do think that having an MOU before we started would have been much better served for everybody involved, and I think that better communication from the hospital at the beginning, so we knew what we were getting into, and they were being a little bit more honest with us. Unfortunately, trust broke to the point where we have to have these discussions. To the letter that's being discussed, I'll defer to others, but from what I can tell, there has been an effort to say that there's an agreement to limit what would be done, but I think that there was a discussion about allowing a certificate of occupancy. I'm kind of against that. I think that what has to happen is that the compliance needs to be met and an MOU before any breaking of ground. I'll defer to others, like I said, to the presidents to see what they say. I think that it is a very important project. There's a lot invested in it. It's very good for the community, but we need to make sure that if it's important, that the proper level of importance is put for the hospital board to give Adrian and others the ability to negotiate all aspects of this to the improvement of everybody and to build trust, which is important to this whole effort. Thank you for your time, and I'll yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. O'Shea. Your timing actually was perfect.
Our next speaker is Michael Bruce, followed by Wilma Jones. If you give me just a moment. I am. Thank you.
And you have my PowerPoint.
I do. If you give me just a moment.
Good evening, Mr. Bruce.
Hi there. I have a PowerPoint there to bring up in a second. So once that's up, we can. Is there a way I can control it, or do you?
Not at this point, but if you give me cues, I can advance the slides for you.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Ready? All right. Appreciate the time here today to talk about the site plan 177 amendment. Next slide. I think it's important to list out here things that have happened since the last board meeting. We've had a number of discussions, thanks to Adrian and VHC, on putting together two things. One, a statement of engagement that we'd love to give to you today, although I don't think we're quite there yet. And then a follow-up, an MOU, things that are going to address current issues with the site, the current site as built, and conditions there.
And I think these are important to put into the site plan going forward to ensure we have compliance. And I want to say, one thing you'll see in a second, that the neighborhood isn't against healthcare. In fact, we say go forth immediately with the emergency room, the sterilization room, and a few other things. But we want to make sure that a lot of current issues can get taken care of before the full commitment is done. As the applicant said, their first, I guess it's the 2 floors above the emergency room were an afterthought while they were doing this. A couple things, just so you understand, I think, where we are now. It's been explained to me that any conditions in an MOU or statement of engagement have to go before the board of directors. Is that correct, Mr. Lane? It's not going to, well, that was told to me by Mr. Adrian Stanton, who's not here today. So again, there is some back and forth that needs to happen. And again, you'll see a couple issues in a second that need to get ironed out. One thing that's important, they're using the word intentional noncompliance. I can show you some things they've been noncompliant for 6 years. And we've had no action taken by permitting. Next slide. This is an example, you can read it. This was a statement we got on July the 17th from VHC. Go to the next slide, please. These are a few things that I do think still need to be worked out. One of the things is, last meeting we talked about zoning administrator actions that need to be transparent to the community. VHC did not want to agree to that this time. They only wanted to talk about site plans. You'll see in a second some things that I saw out of the documents released. We also, as you heard Jim O'Shea say, we'd like to get some control before the full project gets approved. They need to do permitting, they need to get bids, they need to get IFCs. There's a lot that has to happen before you actually break ground. Maybe we wait till September till we can put the MOU into the site plan. Next page. And again, I'll go to the next page here. I know I only have this. And I just want to show you some examples of things that we need to look at that we talked about. Lighting. VHC has claimed to us in the past all lights are emergency lights. These are photos of even though there's a site plan condition that says after 8 p.m. all lights will be on timers and that they need to be emergency lights. This is 10 o'clock at night on a random Tuesday night when I was coming back from an Overly board meeting and a Saturday night when I was coming back from Overly pool. It looks like a Christmas tree. Second thing on the HVAC system that Rich talked about, it was told to us they're only willing to commit $250,000 to fix the issue. They had an earlier estimate at $900,000 they couldn't commit to. And then there's issues on the noise, which is quite disturbing. I could play it to you now, and it would be disturbing during this meeting. It was disturbing during the July 8th meeting when we played it. We asked about green roofs, not coming from us, from DES. DES thinks putting a green roof on 1701 would have a significant impact on stormwater. We asked to have a green roof. Finally, just to wrap up, go to the next slide. Again, you can see here, we've got a lot of issues with signage. Zoning administrator changed a major site plan condition of 1831 square feet of signage to allow 2050. You can see on the right how the calculations are made. You actually get a sign that's 10 times bigger than what you think you're going to get. I don't think that is in the zoning administrator's power to do such a large change. And to wrap up, last slide. Again, look on the right. We'd like to get this MOU done. We'd like to get the engagement letter done. We need your help to get that done.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce. Your time's elapsed.
Thank you.
And our final speaker is Ms. Wilma Jones.
Good evening, board members. I'm here once again. I don't know how many times I've been before you about the applicant. I do want to, first of all, thank you all for the delay and for giving us the charge to begin to work better with them. We have, as you've heard from the applicant and from Mike Bruce and Jim O'Shea, that we have had a number of meetings, and I think that we have accomplished a lot. But I do want to let you know that I think one of the biggest issues between the communities and the applicant is county staff. Your staff really makes the community feel like they work for the hospital. There have been site code violations that have happened that staff has agreed are violations, that they won't write them up for, that they won't fine them for. I have people in my community who have real concerns with the MOU because they feel like even though the hospital will execute the agreement, that the county staff won't enforce it because they don't enforce the things now. The reason that we are here, in my personal opinion, is because of county staff's failure to protect the community by abiding by the site plans that were agreed upon by the board. We have to call the county board. And Takas, you have been at a meeting where one of your staff was rude and disrespectful. So I want to say thank you for giving us the charge, because the communication for the past 3 weeks has been at a totally different level. It has been accommodating, it has been open, and I feel like because they want something, they're trying to work with us. And as I said at every meeting I've attended, I want to try to work together. I don't want to delay the hospital. I mean, I went to the hospital when I had COVID. The hospital needs to be there. But for the people who live across the street from the hospital, can you imagine having those kind of lights on all night, every night? The noise with the new HVAC, I wish Michael had played it for you. It's completely annoying. What the people who live there have to deal with is unnecessary. So we're concerned about MOU enforcement, site plan enforcement. I'm going to be very honest with you and say that the only issue that has been 100% resolved with the applicant since their previous construction was the brown water. We're still dealing with stormwater, lights, parking, traffic, noise. We were promised a neighborhood park at that corner of 19th and Edison. That didn't happen. I wanted to add it to the MOU, but we were kind of late. I have been on business travel, but we did get them to put in the community sign, and then hopefully we've also got the replacement of the speed bump. But I just want to say, all of those issues are still ongoing here, year 6. So we want the document for the agreement included in the site plan, and we want county staff to enforce the site plan this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. All right, thank you. Colleagues, discussion is now with the board. Mr. DeFranchi, would you like to make a motion to get us started, and then I assume we'll have a number of things we want to talk about?
Sure.
You all right with that? I have it right here, actually.
And I've got it here.
Okay.
I'll move the county manager's recommendation that we approve the ordinance attached to the staff report for an amendment to Site Plan 177 to permit building additions to Virginia Hospital Center subject to all previously approved conditions, including 66F, reviewed and renewed with no further scheduled county board review and with additional conditions 70 to 74.
Is there a second? Second, please.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis? All right, motion's been moved and seconded by Mr. Karantonis. All right, Mr. DeFranchi, do you want to start us off? I mean, I wonder if actually one of the things we should do is ask our council about the MOU issue between the community and the hospital and how that actually does and does not fit in with the site plan. I wonder if that might be a good place. I see her, and that we start there, and then anything else you would like to.
Sure. The MOU is a private agreement between the hospital and the community. It's not going to be enforced as part of the site plan. We do not enforce third-party agreements. And there will be portions of the MOU, from what I understand, that goes beyond what we would typically do in a land use evaluation. So it's really not appropriate to be a part of the site plan either.
Thank you. But we do enforce site plans.
Yes, we will enforce the conditions of the site plan.
Yeah, thank you. That is helpful. Mr. DeFranti.
Sure. So last month, we discussed specific to this addition, which helping our police and sheriffs from having to spend additional time is a shared goal, I think, of probably everyone in the room. But last month, I sort of focused primarily on an issue that Mr. O'Shea raised, and it's also Ms. Jones and Mr. Bruce, but which is during construction, the parking. And so I wondered if you could just speak to that a little bit, because that is an issue that came up again and again, and that I saw at 6:30 a couple of times when I went out. And so I wondered if you could speak to how you're going to try and prevent, during construction of this small addition, parking that is not supposed to be on the street adjacent.
Yes, thank you. 100% of the contractor parking will, for this project, specific project, will be in our underground parking garage that is at 1625 North George Mason Drive. As a part of the contract that we're going to have with the general contractor is a requirement that all those folks park there. And we have a one-strike rule. And if somebody is caught parking off-site where they shouldn't be, they're off the job, period. And then there's a monetary fine that's going to be fined to that general contractor. And that's bottom line, that's what we're going to do. And there's going to be active rounding and surveying the surrounding streets to ensure and to pick up any of these folks that may violate that.
Great. And that, am I correct that that is a different arrangement that you have between the parties than you did when you built the larger site?
That's correct. We did not have that with the previous contract.
Great. Well, that helps. The only other, so to the broader issues raised, I guess I did receive some follow-up with respect to the noise that's on the other side, and I appreciate that follow-up. And I'm mindful of what Mr. Bruce mentioned. I'm grateful for the work on the MOU, and I'll yield. I may have an additional question or two.
Thank you. Ms. Coffey.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I'm glad to see that there has been movement since our last meeting. I don't think any of us want to waste your time or our staff's time by just delaying for no reason, but I think you can see that this was very important to all of us. And the fact that we exist in the context of all that has happened before this moment, I think that's really important too, because as we've heard from multiple neighbors, the trust is just really low. So this MOU is really important. I think one of my questions is for staff in terms of what enforceability do we have if things are not happening that we have said that we require? Like, what actually are we able to do? We're obviously not shutting down a hospital. And so where does that kind of leave us for things that are within the site plan that we do have control over?
I can start with that and then others can add in. So our zoning enforcement, there are zoning inspectors that go out and inspect, and if there are any complaints with violations to conditions, they're inspected by the zoning inspectors. They do have the ability to issue violations that have to be resolved within 10 days. If it does not get resolved, then there is an escalation process that includes different fine variables that increase over the course. And I'll pause in case anybody else has anything to add.
Okay. It looks like they're happy with your response. That's helpful. I think in addition to the parking question, something that was raised was cranes or construction equipment. Is that part of this expansion? Obviously, they can't park in an interior garage. So how does that work here?
Great question. The cranes, any crane associated with this project, there will be a crane because we're actually building an extension onto the existing building, will all be on VHC Health's site. It will not be on public streets. It will not be on North Edison Street. It will not be on 16th Street. It will be contained within the site. We have done several crane picks at that same location when we replaced a roof on the top of the building. And it'll be at that location contained within the site behind the privacy wall and the existing vegetation that's there today.
Okay, I think that's helpful for me to understand. I I think the sound engineering, I'm glad to see that there's some movement and resolution on that. I would just highlight that we had a Clarendon establishment with noise issues, and at street level, it may have seemed like that wasn't a problem, but when they brought the sound engineer in and they went to the actual location of homes, just the way the sound traveled and the way that it reverberated off of hard surfaces, it was very different than what people were perceiving where they actively were. So having multiple points of measurement, hearing that, I think that's a good thing. I think, one of the concerns that I would just highlight is that we are having this conversation because we are here for an approval, and once we grant the approval, this level of effort and engagement really does need to continue with the community. It's my understanding the MOU is not yet fully signed, but I think, it's really important to us that the level of effort does not die off, does not kind of go to the back burner. It's important to me that this deep engagement to rebuild that trust is going to happen regardless of if you're asking us for an approval or not.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham.
I would emphasize both what Mr. DeFronte and Ms. Coffey highlighted. I have a couple additional questions on the parking enforcement that you envision during construction. Can you tell us what frequency of monitoring you expect and kind of what the dollar level of penalty is?
The frequency of monitoring will be daily, and then the dollar level will be a considerable amount, probably somewhere between $500 to $1,000.
Okay, great. And then on the noise mitigation, I think we heard from community members that this has been a major concern for several months, going on year. And I'm thrilled to see that there's been very intense expertise brought on board to evaluate it. Can you comment a bit on the concern that was raised about VHC's willingness to spend $250,000, but the estimate being $900,000? Can you say any more about what the process from here to resolution of the chiller sound looks like and who pays for it?
Right on. All right, excellent. So we would be paying for it as associated with the work. The original estimate that we had was based on a sound manufacturer that came out and took a look at it initially, and we did some acoustical analysis, and they gave a number that they felt that we could do to be able to accomplish it. With at least the route that we were looking at initially, which was not actually addressing the sound at the chillers, it was more building around it because we were concerned about the life cycle of the chillers and also reducing the efficiency on the chillers. It's a green building, it's a LEED silver building, and one of the components that we have to meet is associated with a LEED building is having a certain efficiency, energy efficiency in the building. And there was a concern that addressing it right at the chiller was actually going to reduce the efficiency of it anywhere between 5 to 7.5%, and that would be a big impact on the carbon footprint. We've since engaged with a new consultant that thinks that has looked not only at doing sound attenuation around it, but also resequencing and getting, if I'm getting too much into the details, feel free to stop me.
Oh, you can't. I'm the engineer up here.
Oh, okay, great.
You'll get pulled off by the others.
So revising the control sequence to specifically look at their variable frequency compressors that will stay away from a certain frequency that produces sound. Using that combination with our existing controls contractor, which is excellent, the consultant, Vanderwaal, engineers, and their acoustical engineers, we think we can accomplish this more effectively to be able to address it then. We have the groups that's there, they also walked up to not only at the building, but also walked into the neighborhoods at the higher levels to be able to hear that direct sound coming from the roof then.
Great. So if I may, I think what I'm hearing is you are fully committed to resolving that frequency issue through a set of new tools at what it costs, right? So between the adjustment of the cycling of the chillers and, if needed, the attenuation material.
I would say yes.
Okay.
We are.
Great. And then final question. I'm glad to see this is a LEED Silver building, and I know you guys need a lot of power to keep us all healthy, so appreciate that. I know a couple of the questions that came from the community are also sort of sustainability adjacent in terms of could we do a green roof during this next project or retrofit an existing? And then on the lighting issue, is there any way to maybe work with you and Dominion and us to try to find grant dollars or support some, energy efficiency shading so that would reduce the heat load in the building, but also give the neighbors some relief? Have you looked at that and anything we might do to support you?
We have not engaged with Dominion. We would love to engage with Dominion as there's some opportunities there to do that. If they do have some grants associated with increasing the R value of the building envelope to be able to, and if that can be done through shading, tinting, or if there's something there that actually allow us to modify the lighting control system, more than open to that.
Okay, great. That's it for now.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will align myself with my colleagues who found that the time of delay was productive, so thank you all, everybody involved in this. It is not a small, I believe most of us, if not all of us, we have been involved at some point with the project and with the relationship with the community and the problems that we had. This is a major industrial site. We understand, everybody understands that this is not an easy, it doesn't have, it's not easy to mitigate impacts and quality of life around. But what I think that changed here, or it is changing, is that VHC understands that, the technical responsibility doesn't end at the boundaries of the actual site, but extends really to these 100 homes or further around. And I have to thank you for, making this, of changing the mindset. And I hope that this continues to be a changed mindset. Always think about who is your neighbor, right? It's not a usual thing to have a residential neighborhood next to a huge hospital, at least for our Arlington size, perspective. It is a big hospital. So this is a unique situation, and I understand that it is difficult to manage. And it's also difficult for the neighbors to find a way to interact with this hospital. So if the MOU is a start of, a good relationship where problems can be put on the table and, realistic pathways to solutions can be found, I hope that this is the moment that this starts. So one thing that I have to say with the noise, this is a significant, quality of life issue. When you say that you will be doing two measurements of, or two acoustic studies or so, first of all, can you elaborate a little bit? Does it mean that you will go to the neighborhood, to the different homes, to different parts of your immediate neighborhood and measure in two independent instances? Or does this also include that at some point you will be regularly monitoring the level of noise that the hospital is emitting?
So to elaborate, we're going to set a baseline. So we do have measurements from about 12 months ago, showing that the continuous DBA was below the thresholds for the zoning. So we do have that data. We have another acoustical engineer that's going to come in and do measurements before any changes are made, once these the repair items on the chillers are taken care of. And to clarify, they're going to do the measurements at several locations next to the building, across the street on North Shores Mason, and in the neighborhoods right across on North Shores Mason. And we'll also take measurements over on 19th Street too. And we'll probably take another point on our campus too, probably over closer to our 1715 building. And they're going to measure for a 24-hour period So you not only get the daytime with the noise coming from cars and so on, but also you get nighttime. And also on the weekend, we're going to measure that too, because that's where you have the less, I'll say, the ambient noise that would cover that noise coming from the chillers. And then from there, develop a plan, execute it, install it, and then come back and measure again and see what the difference is.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, there's going to be a sound difference, but we'll have a measurable difference. And then we'll have 3 samples. The one that we took about 12 months ago, the one we're going to be taking shortly before the work's done, and the one after the work's done to confirm that actually did some sound reduction, which I'm confident it will. And then we could do, out probably 12 months after that or 6 months after that to reconfirm it's maintaining those sound levels too.
Will the results or the findings will be shareable with the community at some point?
Absolutely.
Okay, good.
And with the board, if you would.
Absolutely.
We can visit the meeting and we will get a copy. The reason why I'm asking that is because I have a little bit of experience myself, and with our chair, we have been talking about noise very often. It was airport noise, a different type of noise, but it's a type of noise that needs monitoring, and it's really changing. It's changing in the station, the time of the year. If it's winter, it's a different type of noise that you get. Summer, it's different. If you have a lot of vegetation, it's a different place. So this is one thing. The second thing is, I understood that there were some concerns about deliveries and the entire minagement of logistics at the hospital. So, for example, you are receiving deliveries at 2 a.m. in the night, etc., which I understand. This is standard. But is there any thinking of putting management in place or practices in place that will, decrease the impact so that don't have an idling 18-wheeler in front of your house on George Mason, and the driver would know to drive in and out as soon as possible, something like that?
We could certainly look at anything like that for the loading dock, just to make sure that the impacts in the surrounding community are as minimized as possible. I think that's what you're referring to, is just deliveries in general. And obviously, there's people coming and going all over the campus at all hours. And so I think it is incumbent on, VHC Health to be monitoring that situation, and they certainly have that capability. So we'll take a look at that for sure.
Okay. And I understand that to light and spillover effects, that this is something that you are now better controlling, right?
I am confident saying that the lighting, are you talking specifically about the outpatient pavilion? Mm-hmm. The lighting for the outpatient pavilion is programmed in accordance with the design of the building. Now, adding to that, the opportunity to work with Dominion or other folks to look at opportunities there.
How long do you anticipate that the whole, construction will be?
Oh, the construction associated with the corner addition? So the actual construction, we'll say, of the exterior, the core and shell, that's about 12 months.
12 months.
Now the overall construction project, because not only you have this 17,000 square foot exterior addition, we're doing about anywhere, don't quote me on it, I know we got the number somewhere, but it's about 45 to 60,000 square feet interior construction. And because we have to stay online, of course, because we provide critical services, it's all phased. And we only do that work during the day because we have patients in the building sleeping upstairs, so we can't make the noise within the interior spaces. So it's got to be phased, and it makes it go longer. So it's about a 18 to 24-month project. Okay. With, again, the exterior component of it is 12 months.
Okay, thank you. I yield, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Cunningham, you have more?
I have one other set of questions, but you may be about to ask them, so I can hold or not?
No, I'm going to actually kind of
You're going to wrap us up.
I'm looking to sum up.
Which you're so good at.
I don't know about that.
I just wanted to, since we haven't raised it yet, Ms. Jones shared that a concern that the county staff or processes have been inadequate or in the way. So, Mr. Manager, I wanted to give you a chance to respond to that before we go further.
I'm going to ask Ms. Badger we've talked a little bit about this, which is that People, when they have come to us or we have heard about any complaints, we have handled them directly and immediately. That doesn't mean that we're there 24/7, but I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, so we do enforce the site plan conditions, so anytime there's a complaint about the site plan conditions, we inspector go out and that is evaluated and looked at, and there's the enforcement procedures outlined in the zoning ordinance, so we follow that procedure that's outlined. But yeah, we take it very seriously, and we do all that we can to make sure that the conditions that are approved are what is enforced.
And do we have record of how many, kind of a track record of the violations that have been reported and when the visit was, and just a sort of census of that information?
Yeah, zoning has a record of all of that. There has been one official notice of violation issued since 2018. The pavilion building was approved. It has been resolved since then, but zoning has a track record of all of the instances that they've gone out and reviewed the site.
So that's a little surprising given the conversation we've heard from the community. I think some of the specific examples, could one of you help us understand how the level of 6 years of concerns only gets to one official enforcement action?
I can help with that, Courtney. So again, Aaron Schreiber with the Planning Division. So the common practice is when there is a report of a suspected violation, a zoning enforcement officer will visit the site. If they notice something, they will issue a verbal warning. So they give an opportunity to cure that within a certain time period. Then they re-inspect, and if the violation has not been cured, then they proceed with the penalty process. So in most cases, things can be resolved within that 10-day window before they become a cited violation. So just because an inspector notices something doesn't mean they jump immediately to the enforcement stage. So, but that is all documented. But again, we only have one instance that we are aware of that did rise to the level of a violation, and that was also since cured. Again, there's always going to be a reinspection period before we start going to the civil penalties or the monetary penalties, which also on a large project like this, there are other triggers that are penalties as well, such as progressing through the construction period.
And so would those verbal warnings get recorded as well as that data that we might have some count of how often it happened, or just trying to square what is the lived experience of our community members and that information? And Chair Garvey, there are people who are offering more information, but I'll leave that to you.
No, I don't want to do that at this point.
So the zoning administrator is not here, so I can't speak for her. So that's something we'd have to take a look at to see how that data is collected in addition to the actual violation. So we would have to report back in terms of how those records are kept regarding any verbal warnings that are given.
Okay, great. I'd like to do that, and I think I have probably at least one colleague who'd like to join me for that in August or September. I think that is it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you. Particular, as was recognized by several of the community speakers, particular thanks to Mr. Carantonis for being very diligent, relentless on this. To the comments that Ms. Cunningham, you just listed and sort of, and to yours, Ms. Jones, there's getting to resolution and success on the individual items has been very difficult. And I wanted to be very specific about what things I could do and not do. And it's been a challenge, and I'm sorry for that. There's information like we've done and looked for specific numbers of ambulances that have come. We've looked at the speed bumps that were inside the garage and exactly where they could be. And there's a lot of challenge there, and I'm not denying that we certainly could have done differently. I don't think, Mr. Musso, you want to talk just about the last 9 decades. The history in the first couple of those last 9 decades was less than perfect for Virginia Hospital Center. That's not anyone's fault here, but it is a true fact. So I think that, Mr. O'Shea, I'm also mindful that both of you said thank you for the opportunity to be here at 8 o'clock at night. I'm not sure it's only a great opportunity, but we are grateful that you are here. I think the place to try to go is the spirit that Mr. O'Shea most seemed to capture, which is we have an MOU. We are continuing to sort of have a punch list. Let's hope to work that spirit relentlessness and trying to partner to address some of these issues. That would be my hope. I'm mindful that it's not easy, and I'm happy to support the motion.
Thank you. So I'll sort of sum up. I'm really glad that we did do the delay, and I'm really glad to hear all of the work that you've done and that you're planning to do. It sounds like the noise is finally really going to get addressed, which is great. And if we could really address the lighting issue, that would be good too. People have talked about the need to rebuild trust. I think actually, looking at the history, it's actually you're building trust for the first time. It's just, Mr. DeFranti alluded to the beginning of the hospital. I mean, there's just been a lot that's gone on for years. And again, it's not your fault. But here we are, and it is, I hadn't thought of it as an industrial site, but it really kind of is. And you need us and we need you. I mean, we need each other. So I'm really hoping that this is going to be a step to really starting to sincerely make some changes. I think there are misunderstandings in the community sometimes about what we can and can't do and what needs to be enforced and not enforced. And I will at this point call out Mr. Woldarski, because I did say we would talk about it a little bit. I'm going to follow up with you individually later, because I got answers to a number of your questions, and there's some disagreement about some of the things you see. There's some willingness to help on some things that we could do. So I'll handle that individually later. And if I don't reach out to you, you reach out to me. I'm sure you will do that, but please do. And we can do that. So I hope that it's going to continue to really get better. And as I say, we need each other. We really do. And I'm hoping this is really a step forward. It feels like it. It's feeling different. But I think you're hearing an interest in all of us to really be following up and finding out how does it actually get done. And we're going to continue to have more conversations and try to be clear about what's what we can enforce, what you can do, what's reasonable, what's not, and when something's not happening, figuring out ways to make it happen. So I'm hoping that we can move forward. And with that, I am willing to support this motion, and I would like to call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye. 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 Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Thank you for everybody who's coming. Thank you for everybody who's pushing us, and we will continue to work this through. Thank you very much. All right, colleagues, I said we'd break for a meal, a brief meal, but I did want to just bring up the next item very quickly and have our clerk call it, because we're going to defer it. Mr. Kushner, could you call the next item?
Yes, of course. Item number 51 is a use permit review of a commercial parking lot for art bus parking located at 1425 North Quincy Street.
Thank you very much. And colleagues, as we all know, the Ballston Virginia Square Civic Association have requested that this item be deferred till tomorrow, because they are having their monthly meeting tonight and they would like to come and speak. And I, as your chair, apologize, I did not catch that conflict. So to that end, at the moment, I would like to offer a motion that simply is, I move that the county board defer this item for further consideration until the Tuesday, July 23rd, that is tomorrow, 2024 County Board recessed meeting. May I have a second? Second. All right. Mr. DeFranti has seconded that. All in favor, please say aye. 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 Thank you very much. We will take this up tomorrow. We'll hear all presentations and comment on this item tomorrow. If you're interested in speaking, you can register using our online sign-up form, submitting a speaker slip. We expect we will have speakers, and we will hold the hearing no earlier than 6:45 tomorrow evening. Thank you also very much. All of you can head on home. We'll be back for our last two items in, let's see, what time are we at? We are at 8 o'clock. All right, 8:20, does that work? Sure. Colleagues, all right, 8:20.
Madam Chair, may I just say, do you want to invite anyone who needs to leave to do public comment on the next item, or shall we just go ahead to break? I don't know if anybody.
I think we need to go to the break. Okay. I think we do. I think we do. But people can also comment virtually if you'd like, and we will be back in 20 minutes. So thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
No, it's all right.
In session, I'm Vice Chair Takis Karantonis, together with my colleagues Maureen Coffey, Marta Ferranti, and Susan Cunningham. Our chair, Libby Garvey, is momentarily will come. She's not right now here. She has to care about her aging mother, and this is something that cannot be managed in a different way. So she will come in the next few minutes. So we are at item 52 of the agenda. This is consideration of actions related to the Barcroft apartments, the land use analysis of them, and the whole Barcroft planning process. And I will invite the manager to offer the staff presentation to the items.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm going to turn it over to Olivia Sontag, who will lead off the presentation, and she's ably assisted by a cast of thousands.
Sure am. So before we cover the 6-month land use analysis process and some of the resulting plan and policy updates that we'll be recommending this evening, we did want to offer the applicant a chance to cover some of the work that's occurred even beyond the 6-month process and give an overview of some of the proposed vision updates for the master financing and development plan. So I'll pass it off to Ms. Riley.
Thank you, Ms. Sontag. Good evening, Vice Chair, members of the County Board. I'm Lauren Riley, and this is Kathy Puskar with Walsh Colucci, and I think you've seen just about all of our Walsh Colucci team here by now at this point. And then also joining us tonight with Jair Lynch is Ruth Hong and Greg Ward. We have a few other members of our design team online as well. We're really excited to be here tonight to present to you this final MFDP document that's been the culmination of a significant amount of community engagement with residents and other stakeholders, but also a significant amount of work on behalf of county staff. And as Mr. Schwartz mentioned, there's a cast of thousands here, and it's been quite the Herculean effort to get us here to where we are today, so we do commend them for that effort. And before we start to walk through the elements of the plan, in general, I want to first hand it over to Ruth Hong with Jair Lynch to walk you through the development opportunity here on the site and some of the important milestones that we've been through.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having us here tonight. It's been a long road, 2 years or so, but we're excited to be here and to really get this MFDP completed. I know that we're not going to bore you with all the stats and the details, but we know this is an unprecedented partnership with the county, Jair Lynch, and Amazon's Housing Equity Fund that helped to purchase this property and to really preserve the affordability for the 1335 homes that we have on site. So we're excited to be able to really embark on that vision and to get into an implementation phase soon here. One of the other commitments we made here was to also not displace any of the 1,100 existing households, and we've kind of extended that as well, originally from legacy residents, but now to all current residents. So we're excited about that. And then, moving on to the next slide, we really wanted to just reiterate that this is really about the residents. It's a resident-first approach. You can see the kind of the long laundry list of engagement and activities we've done with the resident. And a lot of this is because we needed to get to know our residents. When we purchased the property, it was a little bit of a rushed sale. I'm sure you all remember how quickly we had to come to you and get the county loans approved. But we took some time to get to know the residents, found out there's many languages spoken here, had translation services for all these events, and then really took the time to find out what do they want, what are their income levels even, and what kind of affordability is really needed. And since then, we were able to make some tweaks to the affordable housing plan, which we brought to you in December most recently and had that approved. So just moving on to the next slide. These are just the major milestones. As you can see, we started in 22 when we acquired the site and we did the outreach. The initial MFDP was submitted, I think, close to Halloween of 22. And then from then on, it was a long process to kind of really unfold and really dig into the financing plan and the land use discussions. And then again, the affordable housing financing plan was approved in December, and then from there on, there's a 6-month that we're all here today to talk to you about on the land use plan side. So I won't go into any details on this, but just wanted to really thank the county staff, all the resident groups who've really contributed to helping us shape the vision as we move forward today. And then I want to turn it back over to Lauren to go through some of the major components of the plan.
Yeah. Thank you. And as Ruth noted, a substantial amount of time at the outset of the acquisition was spent on finalizing that affordable housing development plan. And then once that plan was in place, our team could move forward with the redevelopment plan and the preservation plan for Barcroft. So as we started to look at how development could be feasible on the site, we first looked at the existing policies in place. So the neighborhoods area plan, form-based code, neighborhoods code, and commercial code. And all of those were developed 10 to 20 years ago, and they provide that 10,000-foot high-level overview for the site. So fast forward to today, our team has the benefit of having boots on the ground, being able to actually walk the site and assess its feasibility for development, especially in light of the affordable housing plan that was approved. So in walking that site, we observed topography most of all, the hills, walking up and down the many hills, and then across the plateaus of Barcroft. We looked at stormwater, we looked at parking, we looked at open space, and most very, very importantly as well, the existing historic garden-style apartment buildings on Barcroft, which represent an important historic resource in the county. And so through that analysis, as well as resident and stakeholder engagement and the land use analysis that Ms. Sontag and others will talk about, we started to realize that development kind of naturally these two nodes naturally come to the fore in looking at redevelopment on the site. The east node, as you can see here, at the corner of Columbia Pike and, at the corner of Columbia Pike and South George Mason Drive. There we go. And then the west node here at the corner of Columbia Pike and 4 Mile Run. Here, by concentrating development on the edges of the site, we're able to take advantage of topography on those east and west sides where the site is lowest, while also being able to preserve this historic Barcroft gateway here and emphasize what we call the historic spine here on Thomas Street. So we've been able to stitch together the new construction with the existing buildings to remain here through this proposed design. And we've also placed a focus on the center of the site by placing the new resident amenity center here at the corner of the new 12th Road South and South Thomas Street. And so together, we think these two nodes will create two distinct neighborhoods while also retaining some of the important historic characteristics of Barcroft, making these elements feel as part of a whole. And then jumping further down into this more 5,000-foot view, the actual elements of the plan, starting with the conservation area. As you can see here in light green, these are the areas that are envisioned by the form-based code to be preserved. And then the areas outside in blue and with no shading are meant to be redeveloped. And so that desire that I spoke about just a moment ago in terms of preserving that historic Barcroft gateway and emphasizing that historic spine, that influenced some of our proposed revisions to the conservation area. So you'll see here, as you enter the site from Columbia Pike on South Thomas Street, we're proposing to add those buildings back into the conservation area to preserve that historic gateway. And then here as well, you can see the proposed location for the community center. Okay. And then on the west side, you can see areas where we're proposing to remove some buildings from the conservation area in order to facilitate that development on the west node to achieve the density necessary to support the affordable housing plan, as well as provide the infrastructure, the new streets and the open space as well. And then earlier on in the process, once we identified there'd be certain areas in Barcroft that would not be proposed for redevelopment, Gyre Lynch wanted to get a head start on renovating some of those units and making those living conditions better for their residents. And so as you all know, it's about this time last year, we approved the first renovation use permit for Barcroft. And since then, we've been able to to pursue 4 total use permits and preserve 15 buildings and upwards of 350 units for residents. That will include upgrades to the exterior and interior of the buildings, and Gyro Lynch is able to get that underway while we've been waiting on this larger process to conclude. Moving on to transportation and parking in the plan, what our proposal builds on and improves upon the existing vision of the Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Area Plan. We're proposing here a main east-west connection on 12th Road South, that blue line, as you travel east through west on the site. What is today a driveway with surface parking on either side of it will be transformed into a multimodal road multimodal path for cars, vehicles, and bikes. And then we'll also be providing some north-south connection, bringing South Taylor Street down to disperse traffic in the area. We'll retain that main north-south connection on South Thomas Street, as well as Wakefield. We'll be adding bike facilities on Wakefield. And in terms of bike facilities on the whole, we'll be connecting into that larger Arlington bike facility network by providing facilities on 12th Road South and getting people east-west of the site to the W&OD Trail. In terms of parking, this is something that we heard quite a lot about throughout the land use analysis working group process. That's a priority for existing residents to retain the parking that they have on site. And so on the left-hand side, you can see the existing plan where residents today park in available on-street public parking spaces, as well as in parking lots adjacent to their individual units. In the proposed plan, we will be providing the same approximately 1 space per unit ratio. Residents will be able to park in available public on-street spaces, and we strive to locate parking in lots close to existing units to maintain that convenience. And then parking for new buildings will comply with the form-based code requirements for those individual sites. For public spaces, we've been able again to build on the existing form-based code, providing additional public open space. And something that we heard quite a lot about throughout the working group process was open space. We received a lot of great comments and feedback from community stakeholders on this topic. And we had originally had these spaces further out on the edges of the site. We heard that folks wanted them closer, more internal to the site, more accessible to residents. So that's what we've done here, moving them further into the site, each anchored in one of the 2 new development nodes. And then in terms of natural preservation area, we're able to maintain and even provide a little bit more natural preserve area than currently anticipated to enhance biodiversity on the site. And another quite unique aspect of this development plan are these new biophilic paths. We're able to, taking the existing network, enhance and fill in areas to promote pedestrian connectivity throughout the site. We'll also be introducing low-level plantings, shrubs, signage, lighting, as well as opportunities for seating here to really make Barcroft more accessible via foot, as well as bring folks closer to nature as they're walking throughout the site. And here in the urban design element, you can really see how that illustrative plan that we showed earlier is implemented here. Again, we're concentrating development, the most dense buildings at the edges of Barcroft along South 4 Mile Run Drive and South George Mason Drive, and then stepping down as you go up inward into Barcroft to respect those existing historic buildings. We've also been asked to provide a phasing plan with this document, and it has been quite difficult to do. Admittedly, our team has struggled a little bit to come up with this plan because of the complexities that have been discussed before. Gyro Lynch's commitment to relocate residents, to not displace residents, as well as financing considerations, existing vacancies across the site. So this is our best guess at what the phasing of Barcroft might look like moving forward, and it will be subject to change once development gets up and running on the site. And then speaking of implementation of the plan, this is what we hope the plan will look like once implemented. On the left, you can see the site as it exists today, and on the right, what it might look like once all of those phases of Barcroft are complete. You can see the 2 nodes there. On the east node, development concentrated along South George Mason Drive, and then on the west node at Columbia Pike and Wakefield. These 2 nodes create 2 distinct neighborhoods in Barcroft while also retaining these existing historic characteristics of Barcroft, that campus-like feeling, that open space that you get as you're walking throughout the site. So in the whole, we feel like this is an improvement upon the existing plan. And then I think with that, we're able to turn it back over to.
Yep. I'd just like to add that this entire land use analysis process has been extremely collaborative, efficient. I'd like to thank county staff. It's taken a lot of hard work, as Lauren said, Herculean effort. And also like to thank the residents, the community stakeholders, the various commissioners that all gave their time to help make this a very productive process to get here.
Thank you. Mr. Ward, right? Am I? Yes, thank you so much, Ms. Riley and Ms. Wong. It's much appreciated. So we started in a little bit unorthodox way, but I think that now comes the thunder of Olivia Sontag.
Yes, no problem. So Olivia Sontag with the Arlington County Planning Division. I'm also joined by Matt Matuzik with the Planning Division and a number of staff, both in person and online, from DPR, Housing, and DES. So with that, we'll try to get through this as quickly as possible. So we'll just cover again a summary of the land use analysis process, the MFDP elements that are included, policy recommendations, and then some of our next steps, including elements under further study in our next phase of analysis. So staff briefed the county board at the January 23, 2024 meeting with an update on the land use analysis approach, and the board provided supportive direction on 2 primary objectives, which include building upon and updating earlier planning documents, which established the vision for Columbia Pike, and also exploring tools to implement the phased plan. So these 2 documents represent the most specific adopted guidance for the Barcroft property. The Columbia Pike Initiative was adopted in 2002 and updated in 2005 and focused on the commercial areas of Columbia Pike, providing guidance on how the commercial northwest and northeast corners could redevelop. And then the Neighborhoods Area Plan was adopted in 2012 and provided updated guidance on redevelopment opportunities through the core of the property. And then the majority of Barcroft apartments is currently located within these neighborhood area boundaries. These boundaries and elements also are reflected in corresponding updates to the General Land Use Plan and the Master Transportation Plan. You'll see some additional updates proposed to those documents later. And then the land use analysis process also included forming a working group to assist the county in reviewing the Jar Lynch plan and balancing many key county, community, and resident priorities. These members represented 25 different civic associations, commissions, committees, and community organizations with staff support from multiple departments. And then following the January County Board meeting, the working group met a total of 6 times, and staff also held several engagement opportunities, including an online feedback forum, pop-up events, and an open house at the Barcroft Leasing Office. Following the final working group meeting, we identified 3 actions for county board consideration, which we've brought to a number of different county commissions over the past month. So the first is to adopt 2024 updates to the Neighborhoods Area Plan and Revitalization Plan. The second is to authorize advertisement of amendments to the GLUP and to the MTP for public hearings in early 2025. And then the third item is to approve Jar Lynch's Master Financing and Redevelopment Plan. So the board has considered a number of actions related to Barcroft this year. So this slide outlines how the MFDP fits within some of the other July actions to update the existing plans and comprehensive plan elements, but also highlights those ongoing renovation use permits and the anticipated development use permits, one of which will be filed as early as next month.
The MFDP is a document produced by Jared Lynch. It reflects their vision and commitments for the site, including the Affordable Housing Financing Plan, a site redevelopment plan, and phasing plan. In December of 2023, the board approved the financing plan portion of the MFDP, but the 2024 land use analysis process has informed the redevelopment and phasing plan. So this is the first time the board will consider the MFDP as a whole, and board approval is required as part of the loan agreement terms. Commitments in the MFDP generally follow the topics of discussion that were covered with the working group meeting, including conservation area limits and redevelopment areas, multimodal transportation network and parking, the public open spaces and natural areas, and urban design and transitions. This captures some of the different outcomes that will be delivered under the Jared Lynch MFDP proposal in 2024 updates to the Columbia Pike plans compared to the existing adopted visions within the commercial and neighborhoods form-based codes. So some things to highlight here are just the large increase in the CAF units that will be realized on site, the net new units realized on site, increases in the public park and natural preserve area spaces, and tree canopy targets, and then a small increase in the building heights envisioned for portions of the site. Another aspect of the MFDP is Barcroft's sustainability strategy, which describes the biophilic, sustainable, resiliency, and green building elements. So these elements include an increase to 3 public mini parks, resident amenity center, open space, natural preserve area, increase conservation areas throughout the site that will preserve existing trees and enhance with new trees and landscaping. Those elevated tree canopy targets, the biophilic pedestrian paths which the applicant spoke to, the preserved buildings, which extends the life of those structures and reduces that embodied carbon footprint for the community, and then green building standards for both the renovated units as well as the new construction. So to conclude with our policy recommendations, the 4 adopted plans at the top represent the most specific guidance for Barcroft apartments. And following the land use analysis process, these are the plans that require updates to support the Jared Lynch vision, the staff analysis and recommendations, and the community input we received. The remaining plans below those were also analyzed during this process, but most of them offer county-wide guidance which the Jared Lynch vision does support. And these do not require any changes. So the Columbia Pike Initiative Plan currently focuses again on those northwest and northeast commercial corners of Barcroft, and the recommended updates to this plan are to extract these 2 areas from the initiative and incorporate them into the neighborhoods area plan to consolidate the guidance for Barcroft for a more cohesive vision for the site. And then with the commercial areas incorporated into the neighborhoods area plan, staff recommends updating the 2012 plan to reflect the revised conservation area boundaries, the height and transition areas and locations of public open space and natural preserve areas, as well as the transportation vision map, including reconfiguring some of the streets and the bike network along 12th Road South. And then lastly, these are the updates needed to be reflected in the GLUP booklet and the MTP. And again, these include some revised boundaries to notes like 24A, which is the conservation area limits, 24 showing the neighborhood's area boundary limits, and number 8, which is those commercial nodes. It also does reflect planned public park, public open spaces, and the street network. And then similar updates are needed to the MTP street network and the bike and trail network. And then the GLUP booklet updates will update some of those summaries and again, some of those maps that are reflected in the booklet. So as we wrap up this process, there's a separate analysis of Doctor's Run, which is the stream that runs through the southern portion of the site along George Mason Drive and across 16th Street. We'll continue to explore this in the second half of the year. As you can see, the stream's immediately adjacent to parking areas and existing buildings, so our goal is to study this from a stormwater management and resiliency perspective. The stream is part of a much larger system, the Doctors Branch watershed, and the existing modeling and data for this area is over 40 years old, so we'll be focused on updating this data to see if there are any impacts to the property and whether or not any changes are warranted to the land use analysis and the master financing and development plan. And then finally, our next phase of analysis, we anticipate coming back to the board in early 2025, primarily with 3 additional actions for consideration. The first will be to officially adopt amendments to the GLEP and the MTP that we're advertising this July. The second item would be to adopt amendments to the commercial and neighborhoods form-based codes, which we'll be advertising later this year. And then approving a neighborhoods form-based code use permit for the first new construction application. So the applicant already covered the phasing plan for the project, which again was very difficult to put together. The timing of this is challenging, but did just want to highlight a few things here. The first is just noting that first new construction project denoted as note 1 on the site. So again, we'll be reviewing that this year and bringing that to the board and hopefully in January. And then the second item, just for everyone's awareness, is that all of the delivery of future public park spaces will be associated with adjacent market rate buildings and not the affordable new construction. So you can see here on the site kind of generally where those parks are located and some of the adjacent new construction market rate buildings that those will come forward with. So that concludes the presentation, and our recommendation is to adopt those 2024 updates to the Columbia Pike Initiative and Neighborhoods Area Plan, authorize advertisement of the updates to the GLEP and the MTP, and approve the Jared Lynch Master Financing and Redevelopment Plan.
Thank you, Ms. Sontag. Mr. Kushner, do we have any advisory groups?
We do. We have Mr. Berkey here with the Planning Commission.
Mr. Berkey.
Good evening, County Board. I'm Eric Berkey, a member of the Planning Commission. So the Planning Commission heard this item at our July 8th, 2024 public hearing and is strongly supportive of this proposal, which helps preserve 1,335 committed affordable housing units, which includes at least 134 units at the 30% area median income level or below, which in 2024 is about $46,000 for a family of 4. Commission members expressed enthusiasm for the opportunity that the proposal provides to ensure housing for current and new residents, to bolster the community's core infrastructure, preserve and create open community spaces, and the addition of numerous amenities to solidify Barcroft Apartments Place as a core part of the Columbia Pike corridor. Just a few notes, because there has been a lot of process here, and public engagement has been a significant part of it, and I really want to just take a moment and applaud the role that our county staff has had in this process, the applicant, Jared Lynch. A lot of folks have been working hard on this, and I think that this is something that we can really be proud of. There have been a lot of community conversations, and I think there's at least 3 specific improvements, many more, but 3 I'm going to point out that resulted from the engagement on this proposal, and at least 2 of them have already been mentioned. So the increased parking ratios from the current neighborhoods form-based code policy, as Jared Lynch indicated, residents expressed a strong desire and need for adequate parking options within Barcroft Apartments, and the Commission believes that this proposal reflects and affirms those concerns that are unique to this site. 2, open spaces. This was something that we also heard a lot about. And Commissioner Weir and I, who co-chaired the working group, took actually a tour of the site with one of the members of the Residents Council, and we looked at all the open spaces and had conversation. And one of the significant changes that was mentioned was the preservation of open space at South Taylor and 12th Road South. And there was a lot of discussion about that because adjacent to that, there's going to be removal of some of the buildings, and the applicant went back and explained why, some of the current buildings can't remain, did make a commitment to preserve open space there. And so I think that was really affirming for the public process and really hearing what residents were saying, as well as our greater community. And then the third I don't think was touched upon was safety. We did hear a lot of concerns about safety on the property and adequate lighting. And the applicant has indicated, I believe, that there's a lighting study that's underway. And so we're hopeful to see the results of that so that folks can feel safe walking on the property. Again, I walked it myself, and I think there's definitely room for improvement, at dusk around the property, and so we look forward to seeing that. I'll just conclude a few things that commissioners did express continued concerns about, but were not showstoppers. Really were just maybe some lack of design standards for some of the private streets that will be within the property. We really want to make sure that those streets that are not on the master transportation plan will still be up to standard within 10, 15 years. We have to really think about a long runway for this project, and so we want to make sure that we've got guardrails there. Also, continued concerns about the intersection of Columbia Pike and then where Buchanan and 4 Mile Run Minor intersect. I personally am concerned about this, and so I think maybe staff can speak to this, whether we can study that and think about that as we add a lot of density to that area, which is needed, but will probably increase safety concerns as well as vehicular safety concerns. And those issues notwithstanding, the Planning Commission unanimously took 4 actions. It recommended the County Board adopt the 2024 updates to the Columbia Pike Revitalization Plan and the Neighborhoods Area Plan. B, recommended that the County Board authorize advertisement of public hearings by the Planning Commission and County Board for January 2025 to consider proposed amendments to the General Land Use Plan map and booklet and the proposed amendments to the Master Transportation Plan. C, we moved that it is the sense of the Planning Commission that it supports the Gyre Lynch Real Estate Partners Barcroft Apartments Master Financing Development Plan. And D, it was a motion from Commissioner Peterson that it's the sense of the Planning Commission that county staff and the applicant work to design courtyards and other open spaces with layered landscapes, including native canopy trees, understory trees and shrubs, perennials, grasses, and vines to support both local habitat and opportunities for residents to regularly engage with nature. That was a lot. So in closing, we just really want to express our appreciation as a commission to the applicant and staff for all of their work on this. And I will remain if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berkey. And I believe we now have our Housing Commission. Mr. Ventrone.
Yeah.
Push again, you had it. Yep, you're on. When it's red, it's hot. It's on.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Garvey and members of the County Board. My name is Joe Ventrone, and I'm a recent member of the Arlington Housing Commission, and thank you for your support. On behalf of the Arlington Housing Commission, I am here today to express our strong support for the Barcroft Master Finance Development Plan, which the Commission had a similar briefing on July 11th and approved it at the July 11th meeting. As a commission dedicated to promoting and preserving affordable housing in Arlington, we believe that this plan will play a critical role in addressing our community's pressing need to preserve affordable housing. We are particularly pleased that the plan includes a significant number of units reserved for extremely low-income households, including those with incomes at or below 30% of area median income. This will help address the severe shortage of affordable housing options for our most vulnerable residents. The Barcroft MFDP also includes innovative features that will benefit the entire community, such as community center, childcare facility, and green spaces. These amenities will not only enhance the quality of life for the residents, but also provide opportunities for the community programming and events. We also want to commend the applicant for their efforts to engage with the community throughout this process, including the establishment of a resident council on the property. This level of community involvement is crucial in ensuring that the needs and the concerns of existing residents are heard and addressed. We understand that this project is not without its challenges, and we appreciate the county's commitment to working with the stakeholders to address concerns and ensure that the project is done in a responsible and sustainable manner. In conclusion, we believe that the Barcroft MFDP has the potential to be a game changer for affordable housing in Arlington. We urge you to approve this plan and move forward with implementing it. We are confident that it will be a successful model for inclusive and sustainable affordable development in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ventrone. Mr. Kushner, do we have some speakers?
We do indeed. Just a moment.
Yep.
Our first speaker is Mike Hanna, followed by John Snyder.
Thank you. I'm here representing the bike and... Thank you. I'm representing the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committees tonight. Please see our joint letter to Mr. Schwartz that has more details on these recommendations. We commend the county for the innovative project to preserve affordable housing and commend county staff for the holistic approach to the overall planning process and the long-term vision for this large property. We also commend staff for basing the discussion on existing planning documents and the hard work that has gone into them over the years. We are generally in favor of both the project and the process. We appreciate the careful consideration to date on the needs of both pedestrians and bicyclists for access to and through the site. However, we ask additional improvements to the bike ped plans to ensure accessibility for all. Some requests may require changes to the current development of the plan documents and the proposed changes to the bike and ped elements especially, and some may require attention to the project and more details as they are developed. For pedestrians, we recommend improved pedestrian access. This includes building 6-foot clear zone sidewalks throughout the site, 5-foot minimum paths. There are currently, many of the sidewalks are only 2 to 3 feet wide through the site. Develop creative solutions on the steep slope so we don't need so many stairs, and improve ADA accessibility. This one's key. Significant modifications to 4 Mile Road minor. The existing road is inadequate for safe pedestrian travel even as it is, and the project will add hundreds of new residents that will be using that roadway for pedestrian and bicycle access. So specifically, 8 to 10 foot clear ADA compliant sidewalks, especially between Columbia Pike and Thomas Street, and additional crosswalks over 4 Mile Run Minor at Wakefield and Thomas, and adding ADA compliant connection paths from these crosswalks to the WNOD trails. From a bike perspective, the bike route currently planned through the site are too steep in some spots for most bicyclists to use safely. The current plan won't work. Current plans depend also on using 4 Mile Run Minor. This has no bicycle facilities on it now and is currently unsafe for bicyclists. Any work that depends on 4 Mile Run Minor is going to require major refitting of 4 Mile Run Minor. The planned 12th Street Bicycle Boulevard route expansion depends on a currently future bike path along the north side of Doctors Run Park between George Mason and Quincy. This doesn't exist. It's on a paper street. If this is going to go forward as a plan, the county needs to take action to actually develop that bicycle facility. Otherwise, you're going to dump people into George Mason with nowhere to go. Please consider using 13th Street and Taylor Streets as temporary connections until a new Doctors Run is complete. And then finally, we're truly in support of this project. We just think the pedestrian and bicycle elements need some tweaking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hanna. Our next and final speaker is John Snyder.
Good evening. My name is John Snyder. I'm a neighbor of the Barcroft apartment complex, and I've been involved in a lot of different organizations and efforts on the Pike, but tonight I'm speaking in my individual capacity. In that capacity, I urge you to follow the county manager's recommendations and support these actions so this project can move forward. This project is the largest and longest commitment of affordable housing in the history of Arlington, maybe in the DC area, but definitely for Arlington. It's also the largest commitment at 30% of AMI in the history of Arlington. Don't know of anywhere else. It has rent stability for the current residents. So on a affordable housing preservation element, I can only describe it as awesome or better. It's fantastic. This is what we dreamed about when we were writing the neighborhood's form-based code. And it's a wonderful opportunity now for that to move forward. The new development is also consistent with the neighborhood, with the community vision. The larger New buildings are in the right locations to handle because of the topography and how they would affect the neighbors, or more importantly, not affect the neighbors. So that is also a positive element. There will be a lot of new market rate buildings with a lot of new residents of those buildings. We understand that as neighbors because that's where the money comes from to pay for the preservation that I just praised. So you don't get one without the other. That's where the money comes from, and it's also importantly where the money will come from to pay the county back for the loan that has already been made. So we support that. I support that. There were some adjustments to the form-based codes to make this work. Those are appropriate. And there were also not adjustments where they were not needed, which is welcome. There's no one's taking advantage of this to try to make some other changes there. It's sticking to what's necessary for this project. And so it won't really be a precedent anywhere but this site, which is the appropriate way to handle it. With all these things, I want to thank everyone who's been involved in this process going back, and the working group that worked on the neighborhood's form-based code started in 2009. That was after the commercial form-based code, which started in '99. So the planning for this project goes back 25 years and further because people had to have the idea for it before that. So thank you for the opportunity to address the board. I urge you to follow the recommendations so this project can move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider, and I think you've been part of it all the way along. Thank you. All right. Colleagues, are we all right to start off with a motion, and then we'll have questions and discussion? And Mr. Karantonis, you've already served very ably in getting us started on this, but will you now make the motion?
Yes. And it's a particular honor for me to make this motion. I want to just preface that. In July is a Pike month, apparently. In July 2012, 19th of July is when the neighborhoods area plan was approved. So here we are back on this, and we are making good on the promises of this plan. So I move that the board adopt the county manager's recommendation for items 52 as reflected in the board report dated July 22nd, 2024, namely, A, to adopt the attached resolution, attachment 1, to adopt 2024 updates to the Columbia Pike Revitalization Plan, attachment 2, and the Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Area Plan, attachment 3, and to adopt the attached resolution, attachment 4, to authorize advertisement of public hearings by the Planning Commission and the County Board for their respective January 2025 meeting dates to consider proposed amendments to the General Land Use Plan, map and booklet, attachments 5 and 6, and proposed amendments to the Master Transportation Plan, attachment 7, and to approve the attached Jair Lynch Real Estate Partners Barcroft Apartments Master Financing and Development Plan in attachment 8.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. Mr. Karantonis, would you like to speak to your motion?
Briefly, Madam Chair, it's actually, I'm getting emotional with that. So, Mrs. Snyder, you're absolutely right. This is the largest, by far, in one piece, affordable housing preservation project in Arlington. It's the longest time commitment of affordable housing, and a century is in there. There is our commitment of no displacement, which is a very bold commitment. And we held to that commitment, and we're holding to that commitment, and we'll continue to hold to that commitment. And there's a commitment to deliver a community that welcomes and preserves diversity, and at the same time evolves along really highest livability and quality of life standards that includes open spaces, tree canopy preservation, multimodal connectivity, community amenities, walkable urbanism. It is also an environmentally resilient project under difficult, because of the size, difficult conditions and the geometry. But most importantly, I have to say, I feel today especially happy because it took us 3 years from not owning Barcroft finding $150 million, assembling capital and partners to finance almost a $500 million acquisition, preserving, not displacing nobody, putting in rents that, real rent stabilization, and today having already planned the place and starting with a phased development plan that is funded. And this took us 3 years, where this is only possible because of the work that Mr. Snyder alluded to, because, for 20 years we have been planning this, and we're executing on this plan. Everything that we saw in these presentations today refers to this basic thinking for which an entire community, hundreds of people, hundreds of neighbors have invested years of work to make it click, to make it work. So I'm particularly impacted by that today, and I think that this is a very good moment for us to move forward with Parkcroft, and almost a new neighborhood along Columbia Pike. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carantonis. Mr. DiFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and appropriate for sure, Mr. Carantonis, get to make this motion in particular. But a question regarding Mr. The work is outstanding. I really only have one question. It's regarding Mr. Hanna's comments. I was trying to sort of parse through the staff report, and I could use some help from one of you who's done all this work to sort of help us understand process-wise if we want to dig into the 4-mile run minor and some of the other transportation-related items. Is there a proper venue? Would that venue have been today, or can we do it through the master transportation plan, through the next phases? What's the right timing if we want to dig more deeply into that?
So I can start us off briefly and just say that some of the comments about the sidewalk widths, both internal and external to the site, that will be an item that we start to explore in the second half of the year. It's certainly some work that's definitely underway from a staff perspective, but we'll be looking at some of those cross sections of the form-based code in the second half of the year when we explore those amendments. But I'll invite my colleagues in DES to respond to the remaining questions.
Kristen Calkins, DES Transportation Planning. Olivia's right. A lot of the questions about the cross sections will really hit in that second phase of the process, the sidewalk widths, how 4-mile run minor looks, especially the segment where we're recommending having the bike connection between South Wakefield and the W&OD, as well as all of the other streets, are really the cross sections. So if the board is comfortable with where we're recommending those facilities go, the second phase of this process is really what we talk about what those facilities look like. So the bones of the network are what we're recommending be advertised today, and then the details of what that network looks like happens through the next phase of the process.
Great, thank you. I think that's enough from me. I will just hope that Mr. Hanna helps us with follow-up with you guys, who are the experts, because it seems to me that 9 times out of 10, maybe even more, the follow-up is what makes things happen. So hoping we can outwork the problem. That doesn't mean don't access us, because I had not engaged with the material, with this piece of the material until now, but I'm looking forward to that. And I know that not all things can happen, but many things can happen through hard work. Thanks.
Thank you. This is Arlington. All things can happen. Ms. Coffey.
Thank you. Yeah, I think potentially just a different angle on Mr. DiFranti's question, but we're looking to advertise these changes. We're not officially adopting yet, and it lays out in a decent level of specificity kind of what we think is right at this point. I'm wondering, we've had a number of minor site plan amendments and other things that change as we get more towards the laying down of concrete. What is the level of flexibility that's kind of instilled if once actual construction comes upon us, things might need to change? How much room do we have to kind of maneuver to make sure that this continues to proceed as swiftly as it has so far?
So we are looking at building in some flexibility when we look at those form-based code amendments in the second half of the year. We do acknowledge that there are many existing buildings that are adjacent to these cross-sections that will be developed that, are going to remain in place. So there will need to be flexibility for some of those. We also want to provide some flexibility to preserve existing mature trees on the site. So some of that may be able to be built into the form-based code amendment cross-sections.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I just want to make sure, we are empowering ourselves and our partners to be able to fulfill the vision broadly, and, the specific points are really important, but also to not let the perfect be the enemy of the good, and getting these units preserved and making it happen the way we all would like it to. I think, that's really my only question at this point. We've had the great fortune of getting to meet with our partners and our staff quite a bit on this over the last 6 or 7 months. And I think, the two words that really come to mind for me are just pride and gratitude. This is an incredible project to be able to be a part of. And I think the comments with respect to the engagement and the process, those things don't happen by accident. That happens with intentionality and a lot of work from our staff and from our partners. And so thank you to you all for being able to commit and really go, full on into this. I think that's really something that Arlington should hold near and dear, that we are a community that is willing and able to do this. And that puts it really high up on our priority list as well. I think, I hope you all were around for public comment at the beginning. A lot of the anxiety around housing displacement just coming from the cost and the availability. And I think, it's very real and it's very personal for people. It's very emotional and traumatic. And so to be able to really be true partners communicating that not only do we want to preserve this and build more, but we want to keep you where you are. We want to keep you in your home, in your community. I think continuing to telegraph that and to follow through to build that trust, right? It's one thing to say it up front, it's another thing to live it out. And I think some of the skepticism that we might hear from some neighbors, we will prove them wrong, that we are going to keep our promises, are going to keep them in their homes, and find a place for them that works as we renovate. I am so happy that this is moving, and I think we should all be very, very proud of our community for getting this done.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham.
I just want to echo that as well. Just thank you all for getting us this far. And I know there's a long road ahead, but I want to hold up the Pike Presidents Group and all the visionaries that really laid out some of the guardrails that made it possible for us to move so swiftly with an incredible amount of staff and I'm sure board input at the time of the acquisition and ever since then. So huge thank you to all. I think the only question I had that I hadn't had before was the phasing of the green space. So is there any kind of commitment or thought about how to make sure that there'll be some on-site green space throughout all the phases? I think you highlighted that one slide that showed that the market rate buildings and the green space get built together, but any comments on that, or too early to tell?
Sure. I'll first highlight the upgrades to existing open space that's occurring with these ongoing renovation use permits. So you've all seen through the first 4 renovation use permits that with each one of these, we're going through the courtyards, enhancing the courtyards with plantings and places to gather. So existing residents will see the benefit of having accessible open space to them soon. And then in terms of other open space on the site, each of the new market rate buildings will have their own amenities and open space for their residents, additional amenities in each of the new construction affordable buildings. There'll be some amenities there for residents as well. And then once the market rate buildings come along, as Ms. Sontag's slide showed, those open spaces will be developed along with those individual buildings themselves.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Mr. Karantonis, you had one more question?
Yes, and I will be brief. Ms. Hong has, I hope I pronounce your name correctly, she showed us how the engagement with residents is going on. So I can imagine that, extensive renovations are really they need to be managed in terms of communicating, et cetera, but also for you. Do you have a plan in place to really keep everybody informed? Because at the same time, you will be also moving people around. This is one of the beneficial parts of this plan, is that there is a capacity there to house people in the interim. So how is that going to happen? Is there a plan in place? Because this is starting now. It's basically next year we will be already massively renovating, and you have already exposure to that because you are doing a pilot renovation right now.
Yes, absolutely. There is a plan in place. We actually also have a third-party housing relocation specialist that we are working with, who has, they actually go and meet with every resident who's going to be affected by the renovation that's coming up in their homes. Our Gate Hudson's property management team also meets with them. These are one-on-one meetings to really inform the residents of what's going to happen, what's the timing of it, and to give them ample notice. I think in the MFDP documents, we talk about 120-day notice, but that's after we've had multiple meetings with them beforehand to kind of let them know this is coming, there's a process to it, here's the timeline, and then the 120-day notice is like, here's a piece of paper telling you that 120-day clock is ticking. But it is a very extensive relocation plan to make sure we're really marrying up. If someone lives, let's say, in a 2-bedroom apartment home, that they're going to be in a temporary 2-bedroom apartment home as much as possible. It does vary depending on what's vacant. We have held a vacancy on purpose so that we can allow this relocation to happen kind of seamlessly. But as people move in, people don't move out, that sort of thing, there are some fluctuations that we have to work around, and we really try our best to really match people up to the appropriate size home that they're currently in for the temporary relocation. And then we will pay for all the moving expenses and to make sure that they are fully covered, and if they need help packing, we also pay for that as well. So it's really a process, a collaborative process where we work with the residents and try to keep them, and some of these residents have been here for a very long time, and they have friends within significant in their individual kind of building group or their courtyard areas. And so we really try to keep them together as much as possible, depending on what's kind of vacant in the property at that moment.
Thank you. And if I may add to that, I really urge you to make sure that everybody understands that renovation doesn't equal their rent will double or so, because this is a significant stressor, and not everybody trusts us, intuitively on this. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you. So this is great. I'm really delighted with it. I'll say some nice things, but it's Arlington, so we always want to be better, right? No matter how good we are. And actually, I heard from some folks concerned about biophilia and saying what an incredible opportunity this is for, and I think you're really taking advantage of it. So would you talk a little bit about that? Because I think at the point now, we're just talking about, and there are gorgeous trees and grass, but I think Arlingtonians are thinking about, little habitats for some creatures and, some things that are a little bit more different than just trees and grass. So anybody want to talk about that a little bit?
Sure. In terms of the biophilic goals of the site, it's really part of the larger sustainability strategy for Barcroft, which includes not only the public parks and the biophilic paths that you saw, but also site-wide tree canopy targets, and that will be striving to meet, which is 80% in the natural preserve areas, it's 50% in the conservation areas, the renovation buildings, and then 40% public parks and 25% in the new development. So that's part of the larger biophilic strategy on the site, in addition to the pathways. And if you've been out to Barcroft too, you've noticed it's a lot of overstory, lots of large overstory trees. That's what it's known for. And through this plan, we're going to be planting lots of native plants, understory
to go with the overstory,
shrubs, to kind of bring that human scale to the site. So, and in those biophilic paths, we'll have those native plantings and shrubs, and also lighting and signage to really connect people to nature on the site.
That's great. Thank you. Well, this is really exciting. I think, Ms. Coffey, what did you say? You said pride and gratitude. And I think that was, and also relief. when I got on the, so we're talking about going, Mr. Carantonis goes back farther than I do in some ways, but July 19, 2012 was, but that was a big vote for me. It was like I was just on the board. That was a big deal. And I remember it well. And at that time, my big worry was Barcroft and what was going to happen to all the people living there. And it was so ripe for redevelopment. And that was a big worry almost my entire time on the board. And here we are. So I can leave. So thank you. It's just great. And it's just so exciting to see how this is moving forward. I mean, I really think this is going to be not only nationally known, but internationally as just an outstanding project and showing what we can do to provide good, low-cost, affordable housing for people and a wonderful community resource. So thank you. So I'm going to support the motion. Are we ready to vote? All in favor of the motion before us, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you very
And a
much.
shout out to Mr. Matusek, who probably will deserve the honorary citizenship of Columbia Pike for
Everybody needs a
on the
shout out.
merits of long service.
Great. Thank you all so very much. All right, I think we have another item to come before us. Mr. Kushner, could you call the next item, please?
Yes, of course. You have to bear with me. This one's going to be a slightly long one.
That's all right. Everybody's going to have a little transition here. So.
Rotating out. All right, item number 53 is CoStar Group's Central Place office building and observation deck. 53A is an ordinance to amend, reenact, and recodify Section 7.15 of the Arlington County Zoning Ordinance to provide the authority for the county board to approve additional density above 10.0 floor area ratio in the commercial office Roslyn zoning district. Moving along to 53B is an ordinance to vacate a perpetual permanent public use and public access easement for the observation deck, areas related to the observation deck, the mezzanine level of the observation deck, the outdoor viewing area, and related access, including but not limited to elevators, stairs and ramps, etc. Item number 53C is a site plan amendment to amend certain site plan conditions of the Central Place Tower office building of the Central Place site plan, which is site plan number 335, related to public access of a top floor observation deck. And item number 53D is Virginia's Commonwealth's Opportunity Fund grant of $1.25 million to CoStar Group Incorporated through Arlington County and the Industrial Development Authority of Arlington County, subject to the terms and conditions of the agreement among the county, the authority, CoStar, and the Virginia Economic Development Partnership.
Thank you, Mr. Kushner. That's it. All right. This is really 4 different items, but we're going to try to be efficient and more or less take them together. And to kick us off, Mr. Schwartz, I will turn it over to you.
Yes,
So,
thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I don't usually speak at the beginning of the item. I wanted to take the opportunity to speak to these 4 items, which is finalizing an 18-month process. Seems a lot longer, to help bring CoStar Group's headquarters to Arlington. So this is the county's most impactful economic development project since Amazon HQ2. It's going to generate new job opportunities, stabilize the value of an anchor office building, and increase the daytime population in Roslyn. The project is transformative for our Roslyn neighborhood by adding a corporate partner with a strong history of community engagement and creating a new vision for recreation and public space. I and county staff heard the board when you challenged us to find creative solutions to the office market challenge. A left unaddressed increased vacancy, which right now is at 23%, will continue to erode our commercial tax base, which is so vital to all the things the board has considered this evening, and always, as you say, we want to do a lot as our community. That's so important to it. So the CoStar Group's relocation to 1201 Wilson Boulevard will ensure significant square footage in an anchor office building, a building that will be filled, and its value stabilized. The project does come with trade-offs, and you're being asked to exchange an existing community benefit, the observation deck, to improve another community asset in Gateway Park. The observation deck, which I'm sure you'll hear from my friends Stu and Stan and others, was negotiated to realize a new plaza to replace 3 parks, Crandall Mackey, Annie's Park, and Metro Park. And it was part of a larger project to construct this office building. And that exchange of community benefits was meant to exchange a ground-level series of open spaces for a park in the sky. Now we have the opportunity to trade that for an enhanced outdoor public space at Gateway Park, with CoStar paying us nearly $14 million, which represents the value assigned to the observation deck when it was constructed. And that's going to allow us to accelerate the renovation of an almost 3.5-acre park by almost 10 years. And having that greatly enhanced, accessible, and functional central park in Roslyn is going to benefit the people who live there, work there, and visit that neighborhood. Now, we understand these actions are going to leave a question for the future for the board and the community regarding the view corridors from the observation deck that helped shape the sector plan. And that sector plan has been a guide for almost a decade as the area has grown and transformed. But the board does have the ability to consider adjustments. At this point, we're not reconsidering the sector plan, but as circumstances change, I'm sure we'll be back to the board and the community for a conversation about that. And so finally, you will notice that we have a lot of staff from a lot of departments, and I want to thank everybody for their diligence on this. And I'm going to turn it over to Ryan Toohill, who is going to start our staff presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Toohill.
Thank you, Mark. And let me just pull that up, Madam Chair, and we'll get going.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're good to go. Mason gives me the heads up. All right, my name is Ryan Toohill. I'm the Director of Economic Development. It's a pleasure to be here with you tonight, board members, to discuss this exciting economic and community development project. I want to echo Mark's comments that economic development is certainly a team sport, and we couldn't have done this without numerous county partners and members from economic development partners across the county. We're fortunate here to have a talented team in Arlington, one that can jump on great opportunities like this when they present themselves. So we're really excited to walk you through tonight's presentation. Just a few specific acknowledgements. Michael Stiefvater from AED's business investment team is here. He led our project negotiations, so I want to thank him for his efforts. Staff from CPHD, DES, DPR, CMO, and the county's attorney's office also lended their support. And we also received assistance from the Virginia Economic Development Partnership, or VEDP, who helped us with this project. And tonight I'm joined by colleagues behind me who will also be able to brief you on specific land use decisions, or excuse me, items before you. So just in terms of, we want to give you an overview and the community an overview of the CoStar project, because this was announced earlier this year, and this is our first time coming in a public forum to talk about it with you. So as Mark said, this is the largest project since Amazon HQ2 in terms of jobs, investments, and occupancy. The project originated with a lead from the Virginia Economic Development Partnership, and we competed with the district and one other locality in Virginia over 18 months, which required significant negotiation between all the parties involved. To finalize the project, the county board is being asked to consider 4 items related to Central Place, its observation deck, and the state-funded incentive package. We anticipate that this project will provide positive financial results through direct and indirect benefits of occupied office space, job creation, capital investment, and CoStar's decision to purchase the building that they will reside in. Finally, we believe that the project's unique component of exchanging the existing public space at the observation deck to greatly improve Gateway Park will produce positive community and economic returns in Roslyn and in the county overall. A few specifics on the project. We were thrilled last week. Well, let me start by saying just last week we were, it was announced by CNBC that Virginia was once again ranked the top state for business for a 6th time. But during that time, we also, Arlington was named the top mid-sized metro for best business climate by Business Facilities. And the CoStar's decision to select Arlington was based on many factors that are important to those types of national rankings, including access to top talent and great educational systems, premier sites and infrastructure, and a stable business climate with easy access to global markets. So the relocation of an S&P 500 corporation with global name recognition certainly will enhance Arlington's reputation as a premier business destination. The company's decision to purchase and occupy one of Roslyn's premier office buildings will bring stability to the Roslyn market and preserve vital commercial tax revenues. Without this deal, we were concerned that vacancy at 1201 Wilson would have risen potentially up to 60% by 2027. So instead, CoStar will occupy 150,000 square feet of the office building and have ample room to expand. With 1201 Wilson essentially owner-occupied at this point, this takes a prime office building kind of off the market, if you will. And so we're excited that this will hopefully push future leasing into other office buildings in the Roslyn submarket. And we're also, prior to this deal, we were bracing for pretty significant declines in the value of the office building. Instead, with this project, we'll preserve approximately $4.2 million in ongoing real estate tax assessment revenue. And the company's commitment to invest $20 million in the building will further help to stabilize values over time. The project will bring significant economic opportunity to our community, with 500 existing jobs relocating to Arlington, and the company has committed to creating 150 new jobs. These are jobs that will be in fields such as technology, business, and data analytics, which align well with our county's highly educated workforce. And CoStar is committed to paying an average annual salary of $185,000 a year. Also of significance is that CoStar employees spend on average about 4 days a week in the office, and that'll provide a significant boost to the daytime population in Roslyn. And this presence is expected or projected to produce about $5.1 million in annual spending in the neighborhood, which translates into about $130,000 in annual local tax revenue. And finally, in exchange for the full release of the observation deck and the exclusive use of the deck by CoStar, they've agreed to pay $13.9 million. And so per the proposed CIP, we're looking to use that money to accelerate the renovation of Gateway Park by roughly 8 years. And we'll speak more about the park in the presentation. We also just wanted to highlight a few ways that this project is really aligning and actualizing our strategic plan for economic growth. We are trying to be a leader in the knowledge economy sector. That's where VDP projects about 50% of future job growth will come. And by clustering high-wage corporate jobs and technical roles in our metro corridors, we will build in economic resiliency and performance in the future. And that's really a key part of our strategic plan. In addition, having large corporate anchors like CoStar and other companies in our business districts provides an opportunity to build stronger relationships with our startups and small businesses, and that's part of our strategic plan as well. So we welcome their engagement with our business community. The zoning ordinance that you will be considering tonight provides creativity and flexibility in the business district. That's a key tenet of our commercial market resiliency initiative, and we look forward to using that flexibility to further reposition obsolete office in the neighborhood. And finally, the Gateway Park project, if approved, will allow us to greatly enhance our placemaking and placekeeping efforts in the neighborhood. Just a few words on the Gateway Park project before we turn it over to Anthony. We are in the design phase of this project, and I'm really excited that we were able to leverage this economic development deal to help advance the renovation of this unique and important community asset. I mean, I think we learned during the pandemic the importance of open spaces and public spaces as they support health and well-being, and it's also a place where we can form community between the people who live, work, and visit Arlington. And this is something that we've successfully done with Met Park and National Landing. So we're excited that the design process is underway. You can see on the screen some of the milestones that will be coming up and some of the design concepts that have been shared with the community. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Anthony, who's going to walk you through some of the specific items that you're going to be considering tonight.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. Anthony Fusarelli with the Planning Division. On the slide before you, we'll just take a few moments and walk through some of the details associated with the land use and real estate components that are subjects 53A, B, and C before turning it back over to Ryan to close us out for the remainder of the presentation. If we go to the next slide, please. So briefly, in item 53A before you this evening is a proposed text amendment to the CO Roslyn zoning district, which would provide an additional avenue through which the county board could allow for development densities through the site plan process above 10 FAR in the CO Roslyn district. Since 1996, 10 FAR, or floor area ratio, has been the stated limit for site plan development projects in CO Roslyn. Following adoption of the 2015 Roslyn sector plan, several avenues were incorporated into the district in 2016 to provide a means for projects to exceed 10 FAR, and namely these were the provisions of new segments of the 18th Street corridor, and infrastructure to substantially increase the capacity at the Roslyn Metro Station, as well as through transfer of development rights. Through the proposed amendment before you this evening, there would be 2 additional paths for already approved site plans to exceed 10 FAR. And these would include conversions of floor area previously not counted as part of the GFA or FAR calculations, as well as conversions of gross parking area to occupiable space. And so while the CoStar proposal to have the observation deck available for its exclusive private use was the impetus for this amendment, staff approached and drafted the amendment with an eye towards commercial market resiliency, and we certainly see this amendment potentially supporting the resiliency of other projects in the CO Roslyn district in the future. Item 53B is the requested vacation of the public use and public access easements that are currently in place for the observation deck and its associated areas, which would facilitate the private use of this space going forward. This public use and access easement has been an integral part of ensuring public access to the deck since its opening in June 2018, consistent and compliant with also the site plan conditions of approval. As compensation for this vacation, as was mentioned, CoStar Group would pay Arlington $13,951,900, and this compensation would ultimately be directed towards future improvements to Gateway Park, allowing us to accelerate those planned public improvements by approximately 8 years. And moving next to 53C, this is the proposed site plan amendment to Central Place, which is part of Site Plan 335, which is also a mixed-use office, residential, and retail development approved by the county board in May 2007. The site is located atop the Roslyn Metro Station facilities, and with the 2007 site plan approval, the project achieved just shy of 10 FAR with a rezoning to the CO Roslyn district and provision of an array of community benefits. Among the public benefits provided to realize the development, the project incorporated a public observation deck and related public use and access easements for the upper floors of the office tower building and associated elevator and lobby spaces. To share just a little more context and background on the site plan and the observation deck itself, prior to its approval in 2007, there were extensive community discussions about planning and urban design of the 2 most central blocks in Roslyn, including the subject site at Central Place. In fact, in 2004-2005, the county manager convened a Roslyn working group of community and development stakeholders to study building height and urban design issues in Central Place. And it was through this process the group identified public access to views as a prospective goal for increased building heights here, which then subsequently informed the design of the Central Place site plan. Within the project, the observation deck operations were originally envisioned as managed through a nonprofit model, and through a site plan amendment in 2015, the county board added flexibility, which allowed for a for-profit model of operations while also continuing to meet the terms of access for Arlington residents. So when the deck opened in June 2018 until July 2019, the deck was operated by a private hospitality group as an attraction and destination venue. However, since July of 2019, the deck has essentially remained open for public access as an unprogrammed space. It should also be noted that both in 2007 and even in 2018, when the updated management and programming plan for the deck was approved under the for-profit model, there was an estimated target annual visitation of approximately 500,000 visitors or visitations per year. And based on the latest available data for calendar year 2023, we do know that total visitations were approximately 32,000 visits, and nearly 85% of those visits were made by non-residents of Arlington County. To effectuate the proposed changes for this request, 3 existing conditions of approval within the site plan would need to be revised, and a new condition 100 would be added related to the vacation of the perpetual deed of easement for public easements associated with the observation deck. More specifically, conditions 72B, 83, and 99 would all be revised to note that the terms of these conditions do remain in effect until condition 100 is fulfilled and executed. And condition 100 references the ordinance of vacation and notes that if that ordinance is fully met, then the public interest in the observation deck will be vacated and conditions 72B, 83, and 99 no longer apply. Additionally, if the board approves the subject site plan amendment converting the observation deck from public to private space, then the floor areas associated with the 31st and 32nd levels must be included in the FAR calculations for the site, given that they were originally excluded from the total density calculations in 2007 at time of site plan approval. So not to belabor the details here, but with approval of the site plan amendment, it would increase the total FAR of this site plan from 9.99 up to 10.22. And as noted earlier, the board would be able to approve this site plan amendment and the associated density if it first approves the zoning text amendment presented before you this evening. And then finally, before turning it back, to highlight some of the input we've received on both items 53B and 53C through the community engagement for these items, we would note several points. First, that several community members have certainly expressed opposition to the potential loss of the public observation deck and would prefer to see it continue in its current form. Second, we've heard from groups such as, and you'll hear this evening, the Economic Development Commission, the Roslyn Business Improvement District, Chamber of Commerce, civic associations, North Roslyn Civic Association in particular, expressing general support for the proposal, albeit with sensitivity to those concerned with the loss of public access to views, or also interest in working with the applicant to gain limited access to the space in the building for their group's meetings several times annually. And from the Planning Commission, to summarize, in their discussion on the ordinance of vacation, they noted a number of points, including concerns related to the uncertainty around community benefit commitments generally, and potential implications of these actions on the Roslyn Sector Plan guidance on building height limits and priority view corridors associated with future site plan proposals. And with that, I will turn it back over to Ryan.
Thanks, Anthony. The last item that you'll be considering is the acceptance of the state incentive grants. So the Commonwealth is providing CoStar with a performance-based incentive up to $5.5 million, which is a combination of cash grants and tax credits. Arlington is not providing any cash or tax breaks to the company. We do have a in-kind requirement for one of the state programs, and we're doing that through an infrastructure match, not funds. The state requires, just for background, any grants paid through the Commonwealth Opportunity Fund to be passed through the locality. And like other localities in Virginia, Arlington uses our Industrial Development Authority to ultimately move those funds to the business. So that's why we're asking you to accept $1.25 million from state funding that will be transferred to the IDA, then to CoStar. And anytime we have an incentive payment or we're party to an incentive, we have a performance performance-based agreement with the company that includes detailed performance targets. And in this case, those targets are $20 million of capital investment and 650 full-time jobs at an average salary of $185,000 annually. And those funds will only be transferred once performance is verified by Arlington and the state. The last two slides just wrap up our recommendations, which we're asking again for you to approve the zoning amendment for the CO Roslyn District, the vacation of the public use and access for the easement, the site plan amendment for Central Place, and authorizations associated with the economic development incentive and performance agreement. Madam Chair, that concludes the staff presentation tonight.
Thank you so very much. That was a very in-depth and diverse presentation. Is great. Thank you so very much. Appreciate it. All right, over to our applicant. I assume you have a presentation. Mr. Cummings, you are busy tonight.
I am, proudly so. Nicholas Cummings here with Walsh Colucci on behalf of CoStar. That was a very thorough staff presentation, so I'm not going to add to it by speaking to the minor amendment or to the vacation application that we submitted. Those are, from a legal perspective, fairly straightforward, not to discount, of course, the importance of the community benefit at issue here that will be transferred over to Gateway Park. I do have the CoStar team with me who's going to give a brief presentation speaking about, their arrival to Arlington, their culture, and what they have to offer. And I think that's important for us to hear, so let's go ahead with that.
That'd be great. Welcome to Arlington.
Good evening. My name is Matt Blocher. I'm with the CoStar Group. Let me just put this in presentation mode. I lead our marketing communications. I was actually with JBG, so I know the building quite well from years ago from the entitlement process. So it's exciting to be back talking about a great building. But I've got the pleasure of just doing a quick introduction of CoStar Group. We are a 38-year-old company that we are founder-led. Our current CEO started the business in his dorm room 38 years ago. We've grown to 6,800 employees in 14 countries around the world. Proud to be recognized by the S&P 500 that you all saw earlier, recognized by the NASDAQ 100, and we have a number of industry-leading brands, so it's great to be headquartered in this area with some very well-known consumer brands. We have a long history of being a great corporate citizen and community partner. We recently issued our 2023 ESG report, and in that we noted that we've donated $3.5 million to over 100 different community organizations, and that's in all the markets that we serve right now. We do this through our community volunteer arm, which is CoStar Group Builds, through our employee resource group. So there's a number of different ways and avenues that employees get involved into giving. There's a number of things I've listed on the slides. I won't read through them, but our main areas of focus are education, community engagement, and different things that relate and tie directly to the communities that we operate in. We have a history as well of offering up use of our space to a number of different groups, and this again is on all of our offices, including our 1331 L Street headquarters in DC, as well as our largest office, which is in Richmond, Virginia. And so here's some of the groups that we work with. Management Leadership for Tomorrow is a group that we've donated office space to.
Can you speak just a little louder or a little closer to the microphone?
I just need to get closer.
Yeah.
I need to get closer.
Yeah.
Sorry
Thank
about
you.
that.
No, that's
so
okay.
we have a history of working with a number of different community groups, and here's a list of some of them. MLT is a DC-based organization that we've given office space to as well as welcoming to our office space. Different groups down in Richmond, chamber events, local universities, so schools, industry organizations. So what we are doing and propose doing here in Roslyn is consistent with what we've always done in all of our offices and all of our markets.
Thank you.
That's it. I was limited to 3 slides.
All right. That's it? All right, thank you. I think we have at least our Planning Commission here, Mr. Berkey. I know, Mr. Kushner, I should ask you to, who else we have?
Yes, we do. Mr. Berkey with the Planning Commission, and I believe Mr. Yam with the Economic Development Commission.
Yes, come on up, Mr. Yan. Yeah.
Good evening again. Eric Berkey with the Planning Commission. So the Planning Commission heard this item at our July 11th, 2024 public hearing. Just a reminder for the record, as you know, as the county board, one of the planning commission's responsibilities is to advise the county board on the county's comprehensive plan. The planning commission considered the proposal to vacate the perpetual easement for the observation deck, and our recommendations don't opine on potential capital improvements, don't opine on economic development, anything of that sort, really limited to the ordinance to vacate. That said, the Planning Commission entertained a motion to find that the proposed ordinance of vacation to be substantially in accord with the comprehensive plan, and that motion failed 2-5. Many planning commissioners expressed concern that moving forward with the vacation would undermine the perception and value of community benefits by allowing them to be commoditized, especially after there had been such robust community input originally, which was affirmed by several residents at the hearing. Several commissioners expressed concerns about how eliminating the easement for the observation deck, a key component of the Roslyn sector plan, will impact the overall vision of the sector plan. Specifically, there were concerns that abandoning the easement for the observation deck could be detrimental to the current goals of the sector plan to prioritize priority view corridors and convert a community benefit that is publicly enjoyed to one that is privately controlled. And then also the impact that the transaction could have upon the discussion of community benefits generally is expressed by several community members. And so accordingly, the Planning Commission passed 2 motions. First, that the abandonment of the easements related to the observation deck would significantly undermine the importance of establishing priority view corridors identified in the Roslyn sector plan, that it's further the sense of the commission that lesser consideration should be given at this time to preserving priority view corridors when evaluating site plan applications within these corridors, and that when practicable, the Roslyn sector plan should be revisited to adjust the importance of preserving priority view corridors according to what the planning goals are that preservation still serves. And then the second motion is that it is the sense of the Planning Commission that the applicant should give real and meaningful consideration to how the public of Arlington may still have access to the observation deck at this site in some periodic and ongoing basis. And I will remain if you have questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Yam. It's on. You're good.
It's on?
It's
All right.
on. Yeah.
Good evening, Chair Garvey, members of the board. My name is Kevin Yam, Vice Chair of the Economic Development Commission, and I'm here to provide comments on behalf of the EDC regarding the proposed actions related to CoStar's Central Place office building. As you know, EDC sent a letter of support on July 9th, commending the county board and staff on their successful efforts in securing CoStar Group's headquarter relocation to Arlington. This is an unequivocal win for the county. And the EDC strongly supports the necessary minor site plan amendment, the zoning ordinance amendment, and the vacating of public easements that are necessary to advancing this important economic development opportunity for the county. It provides a much needed boost for the county amid this current crisis that we're facing in commercial office vacancy. And it allows the county to redirect nearly $14 million in community benefit away from an underutilized amenity towards a highly trafficked park in the same neighborhood. As you may recall, just 2 weeks ago, I offered comments on behalf of EDC on the proposed capital improvement plan. I hope I conveyed clearly that the worst of the commercial office vacancy crisis is still ahead of us. Having a marquee company like CoStar choose Arlington as its new global headquarters location is a strong signal to the market that Arlington is a great place to do business. We need to leverage this victory into many more wins to turn the tide ahead of us. The EDC would also like to commend the board and staff on successfully negotiating a nearly $14 million payment in exchange for CoStar's right to obtain sole use to the observation deck. This payment equates to, depending on the square footage you use, whether it's the gross square footage or the usable, anywhere from $650 to over $1,000 a square foot, which is a very handsome price for a deck that averaged, I think last year, 14 Arlington resident visitors per day, and an estimated only 12 Arlington resident visitors per day in the first half of 2024. The ability to use these funds to accelerate the reconstruction of Rosalind's Gateway Park is an incredible win for the Arlington community. The EDC urges the County Board to recognize the incredible victory this CoStar relocation represents for our community and support the proposed related actions as recommended by the County Manager. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Yam. All right. Is Mr. Ventrone, are you speaking on this item? Oh, are you as a speaker?
Yes, Mr. Ventrone, I believe you're here as a public comment
okay.
speaker.
I'm here as the Vice President of the North Roslyn Civic Association.
Okay, so
Yes,
hold on.
we'll be-
I figured you were here for the Housing Commission, so we have this set thing.
Not
We do
for the Housing Commission.
Thank you. I think you might be up a little out of order, so let me check. I apologize. That was my mistake, assuming you were here for the commission. We all wear different hats here in Arlington. Mr. Kushner, do we have public speakers?
We do indeed.
Could you call the first, please?
Our first speaker, speaking for 2 minutes, is Kira Mukherjee, followed by our 3-minute speakers, Terry Prell.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. It's been a while, Mr. Mukherjee.
First of all, I want to mention, as previously mentioned by the Planning Commission, that this public access perpetual was negotiated as part of the original development for Central Place and was compensating for a loss of potential parkland that the Central Place would take over. So it's disappointing to relinquish this asset, which was promised to the community as part of a prior public process in 2007. Now, I have some special knowledge of the observation deck, so I'm speaking specifically to 53B and C. What is this amenity, the observation deck? I mean, I don't know if for those who aren't familiar, what it is it was built as specifically as a deck. It's not the 32nd floor of an office building. It has 360-degree floor to ceiling windows, and it has on the ground, it has markers that tell you what you're viewing. And then in addition, there is an outside deck on the 33rd floor, which is also used to visitors there. So what you would see, just as an example, left to right, you could see the National Cathedral in Georgetown. You could see the Basilica and the Old Soldiers' Army, the Old Soldiers Cemetery. You could see the monuments. You could see the Air Force Building, Army Air Force Base, and you could see Virginia, how Virginia interacts with our neighbors in Landmark and Tyson's Corner. I just want to mention regarding the statistics that it was run by a professional company that does observation decks in 2018 and 2019. And since then, since 2019, it has not been advertised to the public. So I believe you should take the visitors' things with a grain of salt. I urge you to either vote no or come to a compromise to retain this perpetual public access. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee.
Our next speaker is Terry Prell, followed by Joseph Ventrone.
I think, is Terry Prell not here?
Terry is our president. I'm the vice president of the North Roslyn Civic Association, and she deferred to me. She'll not
That's
be
fine.
here.
Go ahead, thank you.
On a personal note, if I'd known EDC was going to be testifying, I wouldn't even come tonight, but that's a personal note. Good evening, Chairman Garvey and members of the County Board. My name is Joe Ventrone, Vice President of the North Roslyn Civic Association. I am here today to express NRCA's support for CoStar's site plan amendment concerning the observation deck at Central Plaza Tower. We understand that the loss of public access of the observation deck is a significant change, but we believe the transfer of the community benefit of $13.9 million to the Gateway project is a far greater good for our community. In addition, CoStar's acceptance of our request for suitable meeting space for NRCA's general meetings is a reasonable accommodation. This arrangement will allow us to continue to providing service to our community and may be a valuable resource for other nonprofit organizations in Arlington. We appreciate CoStar's willingness to work with us and recognize that their investment in Roslyn is an important part of our community growth and development. We believe that this agreement will not only benefit our organization's mission, but also enhance the overall quality of life for residents and businesses in Roslyn. Thank you very much, and I want to personally thank Anthony Fisarelli, who answered my numerous emails and 2 telephone conversations to educate me on a very complicated series of initiatives that you all are dealing with. But once one gets educated, and I believe communication is really important in this regard, that the public would be able to weigh the benefits. And I believe, having lived in Roslyn 7 years, seeing the development that's happening there, the Gateway Park is a much more beneficial thing than an observation deck that is little used. Everyone in Arlington is now building observation decks. The Keys have an observation deck. We have plenty of observation decks. I live at the Waterview condominium. If people want to see the view, I will personally give them a view. So thank you very much.
Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you, Mr. Ventrone. Our next speaker is Joseph Peterson, followed by John Musso.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joseph, and I've been an off and on resident of Roslyn for over 10 years. For a county that collects such extensive public feedback on topics ranging from waste management to building sidewalks to culling deer, I'm disappointed by the lack of engagement with residents about the fundamentals of this deal. The public observation deck was the centerpiece of the Roslyn Sector Plan of 2015, which involved 50 public meetings and hundreds of other related project meetings. We have now potentially wasted a decade of development protecting view sheds that will no longer be public. To quote Chair Garvey on the adoption of the Roslyn Sector Plan, the county board finds the plan's new peaks and valleys building heights policy for the RCRD can more effectively achieve a multitude of plan goals for Roslyn, including, among others, the protection of priority views from the public observation deck at Central Place. Our vision for Roslyn is exciting and innovative, unquote. It is extremely misleading how this has been presented as a choice between upgrading Gateway Park or keeping the observation deck. This is expediting upgrades to Gateway Park that were expected in longer-term capital budgets. And in doing this, you have failed to adequately engage VDOT for this project. They, of course, own the right-of-way to the surrounding roadways, which include 4 of the 50 most dangerous intersections in the entire county. As we've experienced recently, there are periods of hazardous heat where many visitors cannot safely enjoy an outdoor park. The observation deck offered a more convenient alternative that could be used year-round. The county has traded this free public amenity for park upgrades that represent a maintenance liability on future county budgets. The conclusion that the observation deck was not well utilized is the same reasoning the board could use to neglect Gateway Park in future budgets. I am in awe of the county's ability to so quickly update zoning codes, approve a site plan amendment, and potentially nullify a sector plan to attract a commercial tenant. I only wish the county could act with such urgency to address our housing supply crisis. Office occupancy has fundamentally shifted since the pandemic, and offering major concessions to attract businesses is not a sustainable path forward. The deal should have been an opportunity to revitalize a valuable public amenity instead of this sale. I urge the board to reject the proposed deal despite the political convenience of propping up commercial occupancy for tax purposes. And I would appreciate more discussion on whether this could be potentially a major site plan amendment rather than a minor one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Our next speaker is John Musso, followed by Mary Claire Burek.
Good evening, members of the County Board. I'm John Musa, Government Affairs Manager at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce, and on behalf of the Arlington Chamber, I would like to express our strong support for all 4 items that are before you this evening relating to CoStar. Just to reiterate what the Economic Development Commissioner Kevin Yam said, this is a tremendous win for the county from an economic development standpoint, and at a time of historically high commercial vacancy rates, there needs to be a tremendous effort in terms of navigating these new economic development landscapes, and this is a tremendous boon for not just Roslyn, but for the Arlington economy and the Arlington community as a whole. The specific items were very supportive of the zoning ordinance amendment that is being proposed regarding the FAR cap in Roslyn. We believe that it's very much a positive step forward in terms of greater flexibility for density among building both existing assets and unbuilt site plan assets, going beyond the specific tower that we're discussing in regards to CoStar. We believe it's a tremendous step in the right direction. We hope to see this is followed up in the future with further discussions on how best to create as much density as the market would like or allow in the Roslyn district. Regarding the easement vacation, as discussed, the county stands to gain so much, really, in terms of just the additional compensation of $13.95 million and accelerating a very important project in terms of revitalizing a popular, well-utilized public space like Gateway Park 8 years ahead of schedule. We think this is a tremendous benefit for Roslyn, for the residents and workers of Roslyn, and also for the Arlington community as a whole to get this tremendous public benefit out of this relocation. So we strongly urge you to please vote for all 4 items before you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mary Claire Burek, followed by Bernie Byrne.
No, actually, I think you turned it off. Try again. You're on. If it's red, it's hot, it's on.
I think it's red. All right. Good evening, Chair Garvey and members of the Arlington County Board. I'm Mary Claire Burek, President of the Roslyn Business Improvement District, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening on behalf of this deal and in support of the actions before you that will advance the CoStar Group's deal. On behalf of our board and stakeholders, I'd like to first acknowledge that CoStar's relocation to Roslyn is a true testament. It's a testament to Arlington's economic competitiveness, the talent pipeline, the attractiveness of our area as a hub for global businesses, and really this is truly a huge economic development win, so congratulations to the staff and to the board. CoStar's relocation not only exemplifies Roslyn as a destination of choice for leading businesses and savvy investors, but it continues to advance our vision for Roslyn as a thriving urban center. CoStar has a track record that you heard about tonight about being engaged and an invested corporate partner in the communities in which they are a part of. Furthermore, as you've heard, they will be occupying roughly 150,000 square feet with 650 employees who are expected to be in the office 4 days a week. All of this will add tremendously to the vitality of the local economy, and it contributes to Roslyn's vibrancy. One of Roslyn's top priorities remains the transformation of Gateway Park, and we are thrilled that CoStar's nearly $14 million contribution will allow for the park to be completed nearly a decade sooner than planned. We share the county's vision that Gateway Park will not only serve as the future anchor for Roslyn, but a world-class destination in the gateway to Virginia. We are sensitive to those in our community that view these actions as a loss of an agreed-upon community benefit and publicly accessible views. However, we also understand that trade-offs are often necessary, and they are often inevitable in deals of this magnitude, and certainly a necessary part of navigating today's challenging environment and bringing our commercial vacancy rates back down to healthy levels. We appreciate the many, many factors that were contemplated in this important economic development deal, as well as the efforts made by Arlington County and the CoStar Group to keep all stakeholders informed and work toward mutually agreeable resolutions. I want to thank you for your continued leadership and willingness to consider our opinions and input, and for working tirelessly to ensure that Arlington remains a desirable hub for global businesses like CoStar and a welcoming community for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bernie Byrne, followed by Stuart Stein.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Please do not close the public Roslyn Central Place public observation deck. Arlington residents and others can presently use the deck without charge every day of the week. I support all of the points that the Planning Commission made when recommending that you reject this proposed ordinance. In 2007, the County Board agreed to keep the observation open to the public, quote, in perpetuity, when granting additional heights to its buildings. These increased heights permitted the buildings to become the tallest in the Washington area. The board must not renege on this agreement if it wants to retain its credibility and its responsibility to adhere to its commitments, regardless of anything. The county's economic development staff and the Roslyn BID can increase the observation deck's low attendance by publicizing its availability and hours of operations. Both have miserably failed to do this in the past, but now want to deprive the public of a major amenity to appease a greedy new property owner. The staff report states that the ordinance is, quote, substantially in accord with the adopted comprehensive plan or applicable part thereof. This is misleading. The staff report does not mention the 2015 Roslyn Sector Plan, which Sector Plan is supporting documents of the comprehensive plan. The Sector Plan advocates the protection of priority views on public observation deck. To accomplish this, the plan severely limits the heights of buildings with a set of priority view corridors that mostly face Washington and the mall. This reduces the values of the properties that contain those buildings and the income that the county receives from their business and property taxes. That's the buildings that are in the view corridors. No such height limits are needed if you close the observation deck to the public. The county board needs to revisit the sector plan if it unwisely enacts this ordinance. Without an appropriate change in the sector plan, the ordinance will cost the county far more than the $14 million that it will receive from the applicant. That is even worse than the right to than the loss to free access to the observation deck that Arlington County residents will lose. The county would use the $14 million to hasten the renovation of Roslyn Gateway Park. However, the county has never demonstrated a need for any such renovations. The park has not visibly deteriorated. Further, the park's obscure location ensures that few will visit except when attending special events and using its existing dog run. Participants in the public engagement for the park's renovations have expressed opposing views about the planner's suggested changes. Many will not be happy with the changes that the planner select. They will not benefit from the renovation and the $14 million, which incidentally is worth a lot less than it was in 2007. Further, the Roslyn Civic Association has been offered enough rooms for its meetings by the new key development. There is no need for to ask anyone any more rooms from Central Place. This is just also greediness.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Thank you.
This is also just greed.
Our next speaker is Stuart Stein, followed by John Kelly.
What?
Mr. Byrne, could you turn off your camera and microphone, please?
All that effort into it. You realize that mic is still on.
I think you need to set the clock.
You're good to go.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Although it looks like this change will go through, I think it is important at least to go on the record. I was involved with Stan Carson in the Central Place project for several years. There was a Roslyn working group, a height study, a site plan process, and for the observation deck, many meetings on programming and management. Throughout this process, Stan Carson almost single-handedly fought for, insisted on, some form of free public access for all Arlington County residents, and in that time also for veterans. In the end, this access was granted for the life of the building. Free access was even expanded, and although the observation deck was not very busy, it was a public park, a one-of-a-kind space that replaced the 3 public parks that occupied parts of that block. I understand vacancy rates, and I understand the excitement of landing a major company for Arlington. I know there are incentives involved. I know how much work Mark put into this project. But where else would a public space, a park, be for sale? I know the $14 million will be put to use in a nearby park. It is not much for something that should never be up for negotiation in the first place. I do appreciate the Planning Commission for understanding this and opposing this action. I also want to associate myself with Stan Carson's statement that you'll hear. Just one last reminder that the observation deck, as a benefit and as a public park, a public space, was central to the approval of this site plan those many years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stein.
Our next speaker is John Kelly, followed by Gary Shinners.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm John Kelly, a 17-year resident of Roslyn, Virginia. It appears as though the county is once again set to relinquish a valuable county asset in favor of private special interests. It's becoming an alarming trend where the county favors the interests of corporate developers, landowners, and investors over the health, safety, and general welfare of Arlington County residents. The observation deck at 1201 Wilson Boulevard is a truly unique experience that, if it weren't for the county seemingly attempting to hide it in plain sight, should be widely enjoyed by countless Arlingtonians, Virginians, and National Capital Region citizens and tourists. It should not be casually sold off to a corporation to use as a lobby, a reception area, or a conference center. I think a lot of the process that's gone on regarding the sale of this easement is indicative of the problems here. In fact, just last board meeting, there was a similar ordinance considered regarding the Key property, where, recognizing that it was about to sell off the observation deck, the county scrambled to obtain the 36th floor of the Key as a presumably alternative. There is no alternative to Central Place. It is the prime view within this region. And I can say that having had some pretty nice views living in Roslyn all these years. So I think it's only fair to ensure that the county is not getting a raw deal on this and to conduct some type of assessment, whether it's an appraisal report, evaluation, fair market assessment, what have you, to ensure that the company is getting a fair deal. I've asked the county via FOIA request whether it's done any third-party valuation of the observation deck, and it is confirmed it has not. $13.9 million in 2017 would be worth approaching $18 million. That additional $4 million could go a long way to improving Arlington County parks, much less Gateway Park. And so before the county, again, sells off for the second time, having already relinquished 2 parks in order to get the observation deck, sells off the observation deck for improvements to Gateway Park, which, whether or not those will ultimately achieve the ends the county's after, the county needs to think very carefully about the precious resources and assets it holds for us Arlington residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Our next speaker is Gary Shinners, followed by Scott Bedowitz.
Thank you for allowing me to address you this evening. I'm a volunteer park steward at 2 of the parks in Arlington. I'm also a roving park steward, which brings me to all the parks in Arlington. And I'm also the vice chair of the Park and Rec Commission. And I'm here to ask you to please allocate the $14 million to the renovation of Gateway Park. The Roslyn neighborhood is one of our most densely populated neighborhoods in Arlington. It's in dire need of a green oasis. And the good news is we've got a park in that neighborhood, but that park is in some of the worst shape of any park in Arlington County. And I have a good feel for what the parks are like because I've spent probably in the neighborhood of 3,000 hours doing park restoration work in Arlington County. The good news, however, is that we've got a great team that's working as part of the Gateway Park Restoration Project, and they've come up based on feedback from hundreds of Roslyn residents with some great plans for restoring this park. All of these plans, there's 3 of them, will dramatically improve biophilia in that park. It will also greatly improve the dog park area in the park, and it will provide additional benefits. One of the designs is focused on primarily putting in multi-sport fields that would include pickleball, tennis, various other popular sports in Arlington. Another one of the designs is focused on creating pocket forests within the park. And the third design creates additional open space that could be used for concerts or other public events for those in Roslyn and those throughout Arlington. By improving the park in that way, you will be bringing in hundreds of people a day into that park, and that number will greatly exceed any group or numbers that would have ever used the observation deck. You'll be doing a great thing for Roslyn if you approve the use of that money for restoration of the park, and you'll also be saving the taxpayers of Arlington County close to $14 million. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Scott Pedowitz, followed by Stan Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the County Board. My name is Scott Pedowitz. I'm with the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington. I'm also a 16-plus year Arlington County resident. First and foremost, I'd like to associate myself with previous comments in favor of the action before you. I want to use my time here to unpack what office occupancy means to Arlington, dig into a stat that I cited in the letter that I sent you last week. A quarter century ago, commercial, truly commercial property, not apartments, commercial property for commercial use contributed 38, 39, nearly 40% of our real estate tax base in Arlington. And when I moved here 16 years ago, so about 10 years after that, we always heard, commercial carries half the weight. And that was based in these numbers, and that was great. And watching the way Arlington developed at the time and all the tremendous benefit that we got as a community, all the wonderful assets, the safety, the parks, the schools, all came from that base. But the thinking behind that has ossified while the data have moved. Gradually over time, over the last quarter century, the share carried by our commercial, the value's gone up, but the share has gone from 38, 39% down to 21% now. So that means that our residents, be they single-family homeowners, condo owners, or apartment residents through their rent, are carrying now nearly 80% of the burden of paying for all of our wonderful services, all of our infrastructure, everything that makes Arlington great. So by looking after our office occupancy and taking advantage of this amazing opportunity we have, we're not juxtaposing commercial interests in residents, we're seizing those interests to support the residents that we have. This is a good step in the direction of re-energizing our office sector, and the county manager spoke to the challenges we face there. Additionally, this is a good deal. While some might look at we're losing access to something, we are not just giving it up, we're making a trade. Baseball trade deadline's coming up. We're making a trade for a better asset that we can use to benefit the whole community. So let us take this step to help occupy our offices, send a signal to the marketplace that we're going to continue to work with that, and to trade an asset that seemed good for one that will actually get considerably more use from our community. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
And our final speaker is Stan Carson.
Good evening. I'm Stan Carson, president of the Radnor Heights and Fort Myer Heights Civic Association, commonly known as RAFAM. RAFAM represents about 10,000 residents of the Fort Myer Heights area and Radnor Heights area of Arlington. The board should be pleased to hear that my statement will use only a small portion of the 5 minutes allotted to me. RAFAM opposes the elimination of the Central Place observation deck in order to turn it into a private space. The observation deck, along with the plaza, was a replacement for the 3 public parks that occupied part of the Central Place block. We fought very hard to allow free access at specified times as often as possible for Arlington County residents and feel that the space is unique and irreplaceable at any cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carson. That's our last speaker?
That is our final speaker.
All right, thank you. All right, the conversation is now with the board. Colleagues, we've got 4 separate items before us. Ms. Cunningham's going to help us work through this. I think we'll take the first 53A is basically a zoning change for increased density in Roslyn. I think we'll take that and discuss density issues. Then we'll get to 53B and C, and that really is what most people are talking about, which is the observation deck, and I think we'll have probably a fair amount of conversation on that. And then we'll get to the last Opportunity Fund grant money item on 53D. So I'm guessing that A and D won't take long, but the B and C might take a while. Hopefully not too long, because it is late, I realize. So, Ms. Cunningham, are you all right making the first motion for 53A, and then we'll see what discussion we might have?
Sure. So 53A, I move that the board adopt the county manager's recommendation for item 53A as reflected in the board report dated July 22nd, 2024, namely to adopt the attached zoning ordinance amendment, attachment 1, to provide authority for the county board to approve additional density above 10.0 FAR in the CO Roslyn zoning districts in certain instances as outlined in the amendment text.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Vice Chair Karen Tonis. Ms. Cunningham, do you want to speak to your motion or start off with any questions on this particular one?
Yeah, I guess I'll sort of speak to the group of the 4, even though we will not do that for each of these. But each of these 4 items, the reason we're considering them all together is they really were initiated as a result of the incredible economic development opportunity of working with the CoStar group. And so what our staff and commissions and others have done is try to take that opportunity and not only make good on that for the community for now and for the long term, but also to make sure that in the spirit of our commercial market resilience initiative, that if there's anything we can learn from that or we can apply more broadly, that we do so, so that all may benefit and we can get some of the barriers out of the way as we go through this time. And so this first one in particular, 53A, is focused on that part of it, which is to say for certain instances where a building is already built, if you go to make a conversion of a parking space or a back office space or something else that wasn't included in the baseline, that we can allow that. So that is the basic gist.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Any questions, comments on this item? Colleagues, turn on your light if you do. I have a quick question, I think, for Mr. Fusarelli, which actually isn't a question, really. I am now thinking this is part of our commercial resiliency 2.0 almost, because you were talking about how this is providing some flexibility and some change. So I don't know if it's Mr. Fusarelli or Mr. Toohill. Would you just discuss that just a little bit more so people can, because it was in the presentation, but I think people might not have picked it up. I actually think it's pretty significant that we're using this opportunity to actually look at what we're doing overall and make some changes that will have other effects, and I think it is really a very positive thing to do beyond this particular item.
Thank you for that question. I'll take a first pass at it and see if others might add. But in the context of this zoning text amendment for CO Roslyn, a couple, I think, tangible or other specific instances in which we think this may help with commercial market. To give you two examples. One, we have recently been approached by other property owners who are developing or have developed CO Roslyn site plans in Roslyn, seeking to repurpose perhaps some above-grade parking that was approved with the project to expand maybe some support space associated with, hotel or conference facilities. In one instance that I can think of, we were unable to really bring that forward or to find a supportive recommendation because they were up against the 10 FAR maximum. So if approved, this text amendment would have potentially brought us down a different path of being more flexible, I think in a way that probably makes good sense from a variety of perspectives. More broadly and perhaps more ambitiously, really thinking out into the future, as many of us know, Roslyn is built on pretty shallow depths to bedrock, which has forced much of the structured parking in Roslyn to be above grade. We don't know what the future holds, but our travel demands, our transportation, and our parking patterns may evolve over time. Some of that above grade parking may not be needed or used the way it is today. And if designed appropriately and with proper thinking ahead of time, there could be opportunities to repurpose repurpose above grade parking, perhaps for other uses such as housing or such as housing other activities. So those are just two, I think, specific examples I would offer in terms of how we've applied a commercial market resiliency lens to this particular work.
Thank you. No, thank you. And in a little tiny county like ours, that's like found space. It's really great. So thank you. I'm really pleased with that. If there's no other questions on this, I think we'll go ahead and call for a vote, if that's all right. All right, all in favor of the motion before us, please say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to, quick question for our attorney. We've got 53B and C, both concerning the deck. Can Ms. Cunningham make two motions, have them seconded, and then the board discussion can really be both of them, because it's really all about the same thing? Will that work?
Sure, that's fine. I think if there are any amendments to the motions, we can take it up then.
We'll take it up then. Okay,
Again,
thank you.
yeah.
So, Ms. Cunningham, why don't you go ahead and make your first one, we'll second it, and take the next second one, and second it, and then we'll talk.
Sure. So I move that the board adopt the county manager's recommendation for item 53B as reflected in the board report dated July 22nd, 2024, namely to enact the ordinance to vacate a perpetual permanent public use and public access easement, attachment 1, on the properties with RPCs 16-038-001, 002, and 003, and RPC 16-038-004, with conditions and to authorize the Real Estate Bureau chief or his designee to execute on behalf of the county board the deed of vacation and to accept any deed of easements related to the vacation, subject to approval as to form of all documents by the county attorney.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, seconded by Mr. DeFerranti. Ms. Cunningham, would you like to speak to your motion or get us started with
You want me to do the
questions?
second one?
Excuse me?
53C also.
Oh, right, I did say I wanted to do that.
Yeah, all right, let's do
it.
that.
Thank you for the reminder.
I move the board adopt the county manager's recommendation for item 53C as reflected in the board report dated July 22nd, 2024, namely to adopt the attached site plan amendment ordinance to allow for exclusive private use of the observation deck space in the Central Place Tower office building, subject to all previously approved conditions with revised conditions number 72, 83, 99, and new condition number 100.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
All right, seconded by Vice Chair Karen Tonis. Now, Ms. Cunningham, would you like to address your motions?
Yes, I would. So I think as the county manager mentioned at the very beginning of this conversation, this is a huge economic development opportunity and win for Arlington County and really for the Commonwealth of Virginia. It is the largest since Amazon, and I think is actually a real compliment to emphasizing that Amazon wasn't a shot in the pan, that we are building from there and continuing to, through market conditions, good, bad, and pandemic and others, to demonstrate how strong a community and a business opportunity we are here in Arlington. And as we heard today, and certainly many of us up here have heard in behind the scenes in closed session as this deal was being considered, there are a ton of trade-offs to be considered in this case. And so as much as we want the candy in the jar and the new neighbors in CoStar Group, we needed to consider some of the practicalities of a market and economy that were really quite different than they had been just a few years ago. And so huge kudos to the Economic Development Commission, to the bid, to our staff in every single one of our departments, from the attorney's office all the way through, and then to all of our other partners, many of whom are here tonight, from civic associations to our business communities. All of that firepower, thought power has helped us grapple with how to get to a deal that honors our past and the incredible value, effort, care that many in this room and many who are not here have invested in our community to try to make each community benefit the right one at the right time for our community. But as we heard, times are a little different right now. We are finding incredible office vacancy that continues to climb. And while that's a bummer in its own right, we also are really careful about wanting to make sure the valuation of the buildings, the value of the buildings also stabilizes. And so this moment, this time, this deal really is transformative, and I do believe has been the right choice. And so I would just say, both 53B and 53C, I think are really supporting this particular deal and opening us up to building on that vision of the past, flexing our muscles to strengthen our community for the future, and really supporting community connection in a slightly different way than it had been envisioned with a new partner that I think is here to stay and to be a strong community partner. So I'll open it up from there.
Thank you. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you. I think this is a question for staff. I agree with you, Madam Chair, that 53D will be brief, and so I might have a couple more questions on this one, but thinking about the Planning Commission's and Mr. Berkey's comments and thinking about the testimony that we've heard tonight, a plan is an agreement, a loose, some would say strict agreement between our community and the board and our community as a whole. And so 2015, Mr. Peterson, your comments certainly resonate. I never could have told you in 2015 that we would all work remotely and that we would have a massive pandemic. The agreement, the underlying conditions and assumptions with respect to the agreement seems to have shifted to me. And I guess I wondered, perhaps, Mr. Fusarelli, if you could kind of comment upon the vision for the plan and the peaks and valleys and the views. I'm in this case, the economic benefits and the way the world is now seem to me that we have to reach a new agreement with, and thus I'm supportive of this. But I don't know if you can comment as to the plan shifting and the actions of the Planning Commission and how you put that in context. I know that was part of 53A. I sort of refrained a little bit then, but the language, as soon as practicable, we should go to the Roslyn sector plan. We would love to rewrite 15 plans right now, yesterday, as you know. But I'm wondering if you can help me put in context the Planning Commission's decision and the ways in which we wrote. I mean, a contract in perpetuity is not a contract that I think of, but I'm wondering if you can help a little bit put in context the Planning Commission's views with respect to the easement, the significant work that went in 2015, and then the changed circumstances we see here. Sorry not to have a specific, but I'm just wrestling with trying to explain it in my mind.
Well, I think it has real ramifications for the sector plan. Yeah.
So I appreciate the question, and hopefully if I don't hit the mark the first time, you can ask again. But I think just for some additional context, I would offer, going back to 2015, when the county board then adopted the sector plan, really updating the future vision for Central Roslyn from the 1992 addendum. I would offer that a core part of that sector plan was a shifting of the building heights policy for Roslyn from the taper policy that the county board had in 2002 adopted through a resolution to a new building heights policy which has been referred to as peaks and valleys. And so somewhat self-evident or explanatory, but peaks and valleys approach for Roslyn. If you look at the recommended building heights, there's, it's a shift away from having the tallest building at Metro and tapering down. But there's an undulating and dynamic nature of recommended height limits across the redevelopment district. And if one were to look at the plan more closely, they would see that the preservation of priority view corridors was one of at least 6 specific planning and urban design goals for which we were trying to solve for or optimize for in the development of that plan. We were also looking to let me restate. We were also, we arrived at the building height recommendations in that plan in a way that we thought would provide a more dynamic and appealing skyline. We thought, we developed a policy that we thought would maximize the opportunity from for views from upper floors of many buildings across Roslyn and not just this one particular building, and also maximizing opportunities for ground level view corridors and sensitive edge transition. So the preservation or protection of the priority view corridors from this space was a clear goal, but it was among 5 or 6 other goals. And I think that's the important context that I would offer at this point. As we move forward, and if there are future development proposals within CO Roslyn, we would continue to look at this plan and the recommendations in it, unless directed otherwise by the board, either based on some discrete direction that is provided to staff or through perhaps an effort to update or revisit components of the sector plan. I will finally state just one other point, is that in the zoning ordinance itself, the amendments that followed plan adoption shortly thereafter in October of 2016, that there is flexibility in the regulations for CO Roslyn for the board to approve heights greater than what is recommended in the plan, so long as the findings for consistency and other outcomes are also determined to be there. So I would just note that in closing as well. Hopefully that addresses your question, but happy to follow up if needed.
It does. It's fine. I'm mindful that other colleagues have questions. I will say that, and maybe for brevity, just correct me. For me, Mr. Shinners and a couple of others, the community benefits piece of what Mr. Berkey mentioned, it is heartening to me that the investment here results in another community benefit that is significant. So that is, I understand the worry about community benefit being, sort of you don't want to be negotiating in that whole piece of things, but I do feel as though this is a park for another park, which I think, even if the marketing has not been great for observation deck, 32,000 as opposed to 500,000 is not close. And so for me, the community benefit of moving forward by 8 years, the park is the other thing. I'll yield. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Coffey?
Yeah, thank you. I think one thing I would like to kind of reiterate is how we do not come lightly to this decision. I think it's hard. Community assets obviously are really difficult to gauge in value given the different value people place on different types of amenities, different access to amenities. For some people, and many that I've heard from personally who live in the Roslyn neighborhood, Gateway Park to them is much more valuable than an observation deck. That doesn't mean that's true of every single person. It doesn't mean it's true of every person in Roslyn, but I think acknowledging that different community benefits have different values to different people is really important to me. And I think, this is hard to the Planning Commission's recommendation. This is not a precedent that I would like to set, that we're willing to put things, up for sale. But at the same time, I think this is exceptional circumstances, and to the root word of exceptional circumstances, sometimes you need to make reasonable exceptions. And I feel like that is kind of the place that we are in as we approach the 11 o'clock hour. I want to be careful not to just restate things that other people have said, but the economic development and tax base reality of what we're doing here is challenging to overlook, and also challenging to overstate. And I think, it's important that we're not doing this for free. We have offered no financial incentives on the part of the county, and in fact are requiring CoStar to pay us for this to move forward. And so one of the questions I would like to have for staff that I did hear come up a little bit is how did we come to the $14 million value? Because I think there are some questions and concerns around the number specifically.
So I'll ask Anthony to correct anything I say, but that was the value assigned to the observation deck when it was constructed. And so when we began negotiations on that, that was the board's firm line on what we needed, and if we were to exchange this benefit, we needed to have a one-for-one trade. And so that was the value we always used as the marker.
Yeah, thank you. And just, I don't know that you have a specific number for this, but given what we know about the commercial office valuations and assessments and where that's gone, is it reasonable to think that $14 million, while it is inflation adjusted less today, that valuation is not a stable number, that the reality of the market is there's not a one-to-one assessment that we could do right now?
What I would offer as an answer is that we saw the overall value of this building decline and continued to decline, and CoStar bought it for a value that was less than the last assessment. So while we did not do an updated assessment on the observation deck, we do know that the building value was declining like most office properties were.
Yeah, thank you. The other thing I'll say is, thinking about the utilization numbers, and, 32,000 is 6.4% of the 500,000 that we were predicting. It's really challenging for me to imagine there's enough marketing in the world to get that from 6.4% to even 50% of what we had been hoping for. But I also, I do note that the vast majority of those visits were non-Arlington people. It is tourism, and in my pondering of this transaction, I did the math, and I would just note that 32,000 people in that building over the course of a year is equivalent to only 12 weeks of the 650 CoStar employees being in the office 4 days a week. And so when it comes to the foot traffic, when it comes to people being in that building in Roslyn on a regular basis, in 12 weeks, we will have the same number of people as that observation deck attracted over the course of an entire year. And I think when we think about economic development and the ripple effects in terms of the neighborhood and how much that foot traffic really does matter for our small businesses, right? CoStar is part of an ecosystem there in Roslyn. It's not going to stay in its little building and not talk to anyone. People are going to go to lunch. They're going to get coffee. They're going to hopefully consider moving to Arlington as residents if they haven't already. You may have heard we're a delightful place to live, but I think to really emphasize how much this can be impactful overall and not just as a one block project is something that is pretty critical for our overall ecosystem of business and residential. And I think I will end on Gateway Park because I think that's really important to me as well as a lot of others. I've heard many thoughts about what Gateway Park should or will or could look like. And I do want to highlight, I think the transportation concerns about pedestrian access and bike access. Tonight is not the first time I've heard that. It's also, I've raised it with our staff, with our deputy county manager, with our bid. Like we're talking about it, we're going to address it. And I think it's really important that, this is a place that, of the feedback we got, almost 17% of people that responded said they go to Gateway Park every day. Every day. That's a huge benefit for the community. And it's a place that I've been for movie nights. It's a place where I've been for Take Back the Night and Rally Against Rape. It's a place that deserves to have a welcoming and thoughtfully designed and planned space, particularly for our parks and urban areas. We don't have a lot on the Metro Corridor, and so to make them as good as possible for the thousands of residents that are within just a few blocks of that park, to me, that is really critical. Moving that up, getting that done, having secured and definite funding and financing for that. I'm really excited about that opportunity. I do not want to set the precedent of selling our community benefits, but in exceptional circumstances, sometimes you make an exception.
Thank you. Mr. Karatonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to belabor it too much. In following Ms. Coffey's eloquent explanation about how CoStar employees actually will contribute to downtown Roslyn, bringing it back a little bit to downtown conditions. So I believe that on slide 3, you had the number 5.1 million annual employee spending. Can you elaborate a little bit on this? Because I understand that this is in addition to, the tax base that this produces, which is about 4.2. There's another 5.1 million that's injected in our economy here, right?
Correct. So anytime we have an economic development project, AED runs models on things, on all of the potential tax revenue that we could collect. And so this specifically speaks to things like meals, lodging, sales taxes, basically spending that occurs. And so our model produced the $5.1 million in spend, which then when we apply the tax rates would be about $130,000 of new tax revenue to the county.
Thank you. I will wait for the round of questions to end, and then I will.
Okay, I'm gonna wrap up and do it. I think most of us are done.
I can do that already. Right?
Go for it.
Okay, good. So. So sometimes we have to make difficult decisions, right? So that's absolutely clear. And especially when the times are difficult, economic times are very difficult. So, and especially like Mr. DeFerranti mentioned, after the pandemic has basically derailed the economic model for downtowns across the nation, ours included. And therefore, this is a difficult decision because we have to reassess, to pivot, to reposition. And this is never an easy decision. We have to review our previous decisions. The only criterion in this, for this side of the dice, is what is in the best interest of the public? What's the best for the public interest? And there is a reason why we are, asking for public benefits. This is to compensate for impacts, right? The impacts of development. But right now we have other impacts. We have impacts that we have to look at. We cannot divorce this decision from jobs, from funding our schools, from supporting housing, from providing services, from making this community work. So, as everybody has already, or my colleagues have already mentioned, this is not an easy decision, but it's actually the right decision to make. I absolutely understand the Planning Commission's principled approach that says, okay, how flexible, how negotiable, how monetizable are public benefits? And my answer to that is, when the public interest commands that, we need to look at this. We need to make a decision that is equally principled, that can still make the case that we are providing here an equivalent and compensatory amount of public benefits. And I cannot align more with Ms. Coffey's remarks on this. So the final thing is, this is a celebration. We got a pretty big fish. Thank you, CoStar, for coming to Arlington. This is amazing. We are. This is a 2.5 or 2.6 already $billion corporation in revenue every year. These are 650 jobs, very good paying jobs. So this is not small potatoes. This is absolutely stunningly good. So I think that this is actually a happy conversation on this side. I really understand and I'm an urbanist. I learned in school how important view sheds are, and you go up the Tour Eiffel, and this is all Paris underneath, and the Potomac River is fantastic. We can compensate for that. We are not happy to lose that at this moment, but we have to look what we are getting for that and what we are getting for the public interest, for the Arlingtonians out there. So thank you. I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Motions, yeah, that's fine.
Motions.
So it's getting late. This discussion, I'm sort of struck, there's a lot of it that's emotional, and I am one of those people that has a really strong emotional attachment to that deck, that observation deck. I love observation decks. I love getting up high and looking over a city. You go around the world, any great city has it. We have a sister city, one of our sister cities is Aachen, Germany, and they came for their 25th anniversary, and it was a great celebration. We took them to the top of that observation deck. They talk about it years later. It meant so much for them to see that. It made me so proud of Arlington. So this was a hard one to give away. I think the other hard thing is, people work and you get something and it's down in a condition and it feels like it's going to be forever. And of course, as we all know, nothing in life is forever. It's just that some things should be closer to forever than others. And I can see how this has an emotional feeling. You worked really hard for it. It's really a really great thing. But, and in fact, I'll tell you, when I was very concerned about it, and so staff said, there are other possibilities. I said, what do you mean? There could be some other ones. So I found myself on one of those elevators that goes outside a building that's under construction and it shakes. I'm afraid of heights. I couldn't even look through the floor because the floor had holes. I was like, what could I do? Anyway, I went up there. The view was great. And there are other views. There are a lot of different sites in Roslyn where they even could possibly be better. So there are other ways of getting views. So I came to terms with that. I also, I appreciate Mr. Carantona saying that really the bottom line is what's best for our community. And it's really, as much as we have an attachment to this, and it's wonderful to be able to go up there and not that many people really were using it. I know it wasn't marketed well, but even if it was well marketed, a wonderful Gateway Park would do so much more for people. And then CoStar having you are, yes, calling a big fish. I hope you don't take that badly. It is great to have you here. I think it's going to be mutual, though. You're going to love it here. And that view, there may be some buildings that'll block some of that view eventually, but it's just going to be fantastic. And this is a fantastic place to be. And we are an exciting community. We're attracting talent. You're part of the energy that's growing. And I think you will be glad that you came. And I think over time, our residents will be glad you came too, even those who are upset about the observation deck. I noticed that I noted very well, and thank you for pointing out that you do share your spaces sometimes. You offered it to the Civic Association. So maybe we could do a little bit more about that, maybe something that's a little more standard, or, next time we bring a Sister Cities group, we could arrange to come up and show them the view. I think that would mean a lot. So hopefully, I think we can work that out, and I sense that you're going to be really good neighbors and really good members of this community. So thank you for coming. And for everybody who's worked so hard to make this, it is tough. But that observation deck was really cool. It replaced a park. And now we're replacing it with another even greater, cooler park that really is going to be good. So it's not like we've lost everything. I think with the Planning Commission saying that there are no, benefits, there is a benefit. It's that park coming online earlier, and it's the company coming, and it is the best thing for our community. And I have my little self-timer, and I've gone over time. I'm sorry, I'll stop right there. But thank you. I think, are we ready to vote? Ms. Cunningham, you have something, because I think I haven't invited you to make final comments. If you've got
we can just vote on this one.
We can
I've
just
got
vote on this one.
more.
All right, that's great. All right, so continuing to move, we still have one more to go. All right, so for item 53B, it has been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0 for item 53C. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All right. Passes 5-0. And now we're ready for item 53.
Okay, we're almost there. Item 53D, I move that the board adopt the county manager's recommendation for item 53D as reflected in the board report dated July 22nd, 2024, namely to authorize the county manager to sign the attached Commonwealth Development Opportunity Fund performance agreement, subject to approval as to form by the county attorney, and to authorize the acceptance of $1.25 million from the Commonwealth Development Opportunity Fund, which will be transferred to the Industrial Development Authority of Arlington County, Virginia, subject to the terms and conditions of the agreement. And finally, to allocate the $1.25 million received from the Commonwealth Development Opportunity Fund for inducing CoStar to locate in Arlington, purchase 1201 Wilson Boulevard, invest $20 million in capital expenditure, and create at least 650 new jobs in Arlington.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion's been moved and seconded by Mr. DeFerranti. Ms. Cunningham, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would just say very briefly, welcome to town. And I think you survived your hazing. It's 11:03. So thank you. Hopefully you don't have to do it again. But I hope you can appreciate just how much this community loves and cares about our built environment, our view sheds, our parks, and how much of an invitation and expectation we have of you of being amazing partners in all of that. So can't wait to see how you grow and bloom. And I would issue a challenge. I think Mr. Vitrone has invited all 240,000 members of the community to come and see his view at the water view. So maybe you guys can get your tickers counting and see if you can beat them out. But I suspect that you'll have more visitors than at least in recent years, and maybe even achieve the 500,000 that we originally intended, and look forward to seeing how that all comes together as you design your build out.
Thank you. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you. As we got into the previous discussion, I wanted to say my economic development thoughts. Mr. Yam, this is a home run. This is a huge win. While not trying to trespass on the concerns, and Stan Carson, you're one of the first people I met in Arlington. I have a ton of respect. It's still not a close call. This is welcome. We are thrilled you're here. To Chair Garvey's point, this is a big fish, but we get big fishes in Arlington. We believe in our talent. You're going to love it here, and we're going to make it a great place. Everybody has made points about the economic benefit of this. I know folks care a ton, including Mr. Carson, about schools and affordable housing. $4.2 million per year changes what we can do on those things. And so I love the way you characterized the last piece, Ms. Cunningham, of this last resolution. We're not putting money into this. The state is putting money into this. This is smart policy. We're thrilled you're here. And as much wanted to work through the planning issues to be thorough and listening, this is a home run. And it's so exciting because perhaps the worst is ahead, but the worst is not of our office vacancy crisis, but the worst is not as daunting if we hit big shots like this that can help us grow and not lean deeply as we might have to on our residents. So this is great. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, I think hazing appears to be the right word tonight, but I am grateful for you sticking it out with us, and I think in particular, the way that you've highlighted how you incorporate into the community, right, is very important to me. I think as much as we want to bring big fish to our neighborhoods, we also want to make sure that it's a reciprocal relationship, and that, you know, we are building together, and we're building towards something. We're sharing those values. And so when we say welcome to the neighborhood, we really mean it. I'm sure we won't be leaving you alone. I know the bid has reached out to get you involved. And I think, you know, this is the beginning, hopefully, of a long partnership, and we're happy to have you here.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the reasons why this is a great neighborhood to be and a great town to be is that we care about good governance. Therefore, I have a question. So I believe that for the COF grant, there is a one-to-one match. So we need to put some money in. Can I ask you where this money comes from?
We are going to match it with funds that the county will be putting into the Gateway Park project. Exclusive, okay. not related to the 13.9. So that the county general funds will be counted towards that.
That's one-to-one. That's 1.25 million.
Correct. That's right.
Okay. So so public funds from Commonwealth and from us, it's 2.5 million, and the condition is that 20 million is invested in the building.
That's correct.
Which supports the value of the building.
Yeah.
And what else? That the level of employment of 650 people is maintained.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I think this deal that you negotiated and how we're matching it reminds me a little bit about how we handled Amazon. It's really good. Thank you very much. Well done. So hazing, yes, that's a good term. Also, what comes to mind, the Arlington Way. Have you heard of the Arlington Way? He doesn't, hasn't. Well, you've experienced it today, and we're well known for the Arlington Way. It has a whole huge element of good government. There's maybe a little hazing, a lot of involvement. Our greatest strength, I think, is citizen engagement. Thank you all, everyone here. I know it didn't work out as you all wanted, but it does help make Arlington what it is, and you make us better. Even if we don't go the same way, we listen and we try really hard. The community engagement part can also be our greatest weakness if we're not careful, but we're pretty good. And I think this has come out really, really well. Yeah, welcome to Arlington. You're going to really enjoy the Arlington Way. It's a phrase that's been around since at least the 1700s, I don't know, 1950s, something like that. And maybe we can look forward to a great open house or something. So I think we're ready to vote. All set to go? All right. All in favor of the motion before us, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. We are set. Thank you. All right. Mr. Kushner, is there any other items to come before the board?
There are no additional items.
All right. Thank you, everyone. The board is in recess until tomorrow. It's still tomorrow. We have an hour, July 23rd at 3 p.m. See you all right back here.
Great. It's not even past midnight.